Good morning, everybody. Sorry I'm late today. Important things in the works. All right, food plan. Let's start with that. All right, then. That would be... I feel like I messed up my math on that Cal there. All right. I'm not awake yet. Yeah, we'll just stick with those first two then. Yeah, that's good. Overly complicated. Wish I could click a single button and do that, but, you know. Alrighty. Thaw soil field is the target. And we've done a pretty big number on it so far. We'll continue on that today and see where we're at. I'm predicting a lot of the Z activity is going to be closer to the corner of Baseball and Liberty there, at the bottom of the whole complex, as it were. We fixed our trunk, but we need some new glass work for the fire truck. At least front right window. So we might go parts shopping while we're out. In fact, there's no might. We're definitely doing that. Yeah. Oh no, I have plenty of replacement windows. Hang on. I was thinking about windshields, but no, I have plenty of windows right here. We're gonna fix the doors too while we're here. We'll use small steel sheets for that. Hey, Amelia, good morning. Alright, got some new doors put on there. And now some new windows. Much safer. I feel like one of our step vans is missing a window. Oh no, not a step van, the truck over here. You can get the hand me down. Should be fit to deploy. Should just be right down this road, and then we'll swing down from the front side here. Well, we got stragglers on this side too. Let's snipe them. There may be more stragglers in that corner when we come back later, depending on how the migration activity goes coming from that direction. I don't feel like dealing with that fenced area again, so we're going to put that off for now. The focus is Floss Oil Field, and that's, well, that's a little far afield, isn't it? Well, look at that. We got some friendos down here. I thought we wiped out the stragglers in this area. Just gonna snipe the fast ones, and we'll knife the smaller ones here, or the slower ones. That's the sound of somebody screaming because they couldn't get their jaw stabbed. There we go. I'll take one jaw stab. Just one. So, if y'all didn't miss the massive mountains of corpses up there, we have taken care of a huge chunk of the stadium and its surrounding streets, but I do suspect we have a pocket of stragglers on this side specifically. At the end of the stream yesterday, we were doing some sniping on the other side, opposite side from where we're at right now. There is an invulnerable fence right here, and this fence is going to be extremely annoying because it's the kind that they'll wander up and start hitting, but they'll never break it. Oh yeah, Luchador, those are all bodies. Those are from the pipe bombs that we were doing. Good morning, kitten. How's it going? But yeah, these big old corpse piles up here. The density is a point of unknowingness. To be entirely honest, I have no idea how dense the corpses are at certain points. I kind of wish, with our new ragdoll system, we could get some sort of piling up of corpses. Maybe even to the point where it slows your movement speed and becomes an actual threat. Or maybe to the point where it slows their movement speed. Zombies are not known to be particularly graceful, so maybe if they trip over each other. No. Devs would never add that. That'd be helpful. Oh, thank you. It's a RTX 4090. It's actually the CPU that bottlenecks most of the time these days. And not really the CPU, just the Java virtual machine just bottlenecks. I have noticed that the garbage collector for the Java VM is actually pretty good at using all of my cores. All 16 of them. So we are going to... Now, another thing... Okay, so with these, Luchador's right. You can sledgehammer them, but that could be very risky because, you know, you sledgehammer one of them and then 500 of them come out at you. What I would like to do is I'm going to switch from the tactical rifle to the shotgun. And we're going to let them cluster up in one of the corners here and kablooey with the shotgun. Now, they could break through these doors, and then all of them come out there, but they have a tendency to get stuck on these these gates, these attackable gates. And I have no idea exactly how many of them are going to come wandering out of the stadium through that door there, so we'll stay loose, as it were. Another problem is the fence behind us. Behind us, we could get a bunch of people slapping the fence, and that will stress us out. Oh, look at how many of them are coming across that small, tiny little tree line there. North, falling back. Can't, I can deal with them coming from two directions, but not three. Interesting. The pocket back here was way bigger than I thought. We might be in for a third pipe bombing, boys. I think we are. Yeah, we're good for a new pipe bombing. Let's. Yeah. Okay. Now, getting them down this tiny little road, or well, tiny, it's a smaller road compared to anything else we've done without getting any of them stuck on the fence is going to be an interesting challenge. And speaking of fence, we do have this other... I believe this is just going to be a... No, that's the back of the school, actually. Okay. And there is a residential area to the bottom left. Probably not very significant numbers compared to what we're going to deal with from the stadium. Just take an inventory of the situation. Now, let's use this. Let's just use... There's multiple options here. These street lights are probably my best bet. We're going to use the street lights. Hopefully we lost the attention of the bulk of the crowd, so I have time to move these cars. But I can't tell because of the tree. The tree is blocking my line of sight. It's blocking their line of sight too, though. Good. Okay. Yeah, we have a moment to get the cars out of the way here so we have a drivable, nice big wide drivable space here. Let's just bring them up and leave them next to this other white van here. We don't need to bring them all the way out of the lot like we did with the other side. This group is not going to be quite as big. Probably, well, I mean, I can't really make that, I can't make that judgment call because I have no idea exactly how many zombies got stuck in that corner that we're eventually going to be pulling them out of. Just because it's a tow job doesn't mean I forget how to park. Alright, 904. I have been keeping a very close eye on the stock market this morning. Well, not the market, just a specific symbol. One that I had completely forgot about when it IPO'd on Friday. I have an order in. The order is for the significantly below the price that hit, well, not significantly, within fluctuation range. And it has my magic numbers in it. So I've got to invoke the zoomers here. We'll see if the 67 save me here. Just this white car and those two other vans, step van and the whatchamacallit, step van and the value line. anybody has noticed, I have to hook up the hood of the truck to the back of the target vehicle, unless I want to go forward. For some godforsaken reason, it is not currently possible to do hood-to-hood towing, which is what I would prefer to do in a lot of cases. That is a 42.19 problem specifically. At least I hope it is. See, actually, this is an example of a bad tow right here. Trying to tow a step van from behind like this. Something about the way the axles are. So you got this extra gap in the back versus very little gap in the front. That's why it's bottoming out a lot while I'm trying to push it, or pull it rather. It is what it is. Not that big of a deal. If I had to bring it a lot farther, then I would be far more annoyed about it. But we've got a very clean parking lot now. We're capable of driving big, wide circles. If I'm going to use this this street light right here, let us delete these trees really quick. Now this is one example where the wood axe is objectively great, because I don't want to be spending as much time getting rid of these, and stamina is not necessarily a concern because I'm about to go sit back down in the truck. So being able to kill these trees in 1 or 2 hits each is very, very, very useful. It's a niche use case, to be honest. It's a very niche use case, but I'm here for it. It's enough to have me carry one around in my combat truck here. Ooh. Okay, just something to be aware of here. This store, whatever it is, maybe a clothing store, maybe a toy store, something, it has a purple carpet. Specifically a violet carpet. Those are very rare. If anybody isn't sure exactly where we're at, we are at the bottom left corner of the fossil oil fields in Louisville. Alright, let's get this party started. Now what I'm going to do is, before I fire up the siren, I'm actually going to get on the other side of the group, because we don't have a lot of room to drive here down this road specifically. So I want to see who else is down here, all the way down here, who we did not get to join us when we tried to lead them in the opposite direction there. Now we're going to probably catch a few strays from nearby areas, and that is 100% okay. What I'm going to try to do is stay a little bit farther up on this side, like closer to the building, so that the hordes that are to the left there get closer to the building and give me a little bit more room to drive closer to the fence when we go back down the road. It's a temporary fix, but it'll save me a few hits. Yep, see, there we go. That is exactly what I'm looking for. Now, I just repaired the trunk, and because this is not as big of a group, I am going to try to avoid trunk hits if I can. If this was like a group twice as big as this, then I would be like, alright, yeah, that's no problem, I'll just repair the trunk again, but I don't want to just, you know, completely annihilate all the steel sheets I have on hand. I will not let myself get into that mentality of, oh, I've got garbage bags full of steel sheets elsewhere. That's a recipe for getting rid of all of them very quickly. Amnesia. Prepare for her. Oh, perfume for her. I thought that said prepare for her. That would have made it. That would have made it hilariously threatening. So we'll do the same effect on this side of the stadium here. We'll get close to the wall. You know what? I'm an actual literal doofus. I'm an actual literal doofus. I cleared all obstructions. And I got started pulling everybody, and I never placed the frickin' bomb. That's okay. We will just have to be a little quick about this. Got the controller, got the bomb. Bomb is linked to the controller. Place the bomb. Okay. That is the clearest sign I've seen yet that I'm not 100% awake yet. Looping back a little bit to retain the interest of the... Yeah, see, look at that. Still got plenty back here. And this is where this road being narrow comes into being a problem. So I can loop back on this road, but this road will fill up very quickly. I made the split decision at the last second there to put the bomb up here where the between the bollards as opposed to up down here next to the spot in the corner there, because I have no idea if we might run into even more in this area. So keeping yet another bombing site as a fallback would be nice. Yeah, can't forget there's still a... Yeah, right there. Hiding right behind this, I would have moved it already if I had seen it, but the top of the building kept popping in and blocking it from my view. There is an obstruction if I go behind behind the building there. If those trees that we cut earlier, if those trees had still been there, we would... half of the zombies would be not visible to us because of them. Because that's just what trees do right now. Okay, good. I don't really care about these stragglers back here. I just want to make sure that that's all there really were. So, we've got our group. And like I said, it is nothing compared to the other ones, but it's just enough that I'd prefer not to piss away all the shotgun shells. Not when we've still got all this room in the parking lot. Every time I think we've gotten most of the stragglers. It's alright. Be a lot easier without the fence being there, but that's all right. All right, this should definitely be the tail end of them here. We don't even need to really wait for like the slow ones all the way in the back. I just want to get the fast ones off of the street at least. See, everybody who needs to be in the party should now be able to hear me, so there should be no further need to loop back down to there. We have critical mass. Snow is starting to let up. It is January 29th, 1995. February, I feel like I've had blizzards in February still in this game, but January usually is the biggest month for snow. I do know that halfway through February we start getting trees blooming again, which I find to be kind of funny. It's a little early for that, but I won't say no to it. Now, one of the reasons they sometimes just start escaping the blob is because I accelerate faster than 5. If I'm going 5 miles an hour, then they have no trouble whatsoever keeping track of me. But the moment I go beyond 5 miles an hour, so even just 10, they suddenly have difficulty keeping track of me, and on an individual basis, sometimes they'll leave the group and just get stuck. Going to where they remember my windshield being at one point. And there's nothing I can do about that, because at some point I have to go faster than 5. But I think we're in a pretty good spot here. Yep, alright, here goes. Finger on the trigger. I think the best strategy now is to stay slow for the last circle and then accelerate right before we hit the trigger. And here we go. Yeah, that's not bad. That's probably some of my best in terms of hurting. I mean, even though it was not as big of a group. Yeah, I think we did great. Oh, look, we got rain. All that has to do is thaw for about a minute and a half. Maybe even less than that, and we will have the snow all disappear. Speaking of disappear. Beautiful. Truly beautiful. When do I plan to start playing with a new character? I mean, I don't necessarily plan for it. When the game updates, I'll see what happens to the save, and if the save breaks, I start a new character. If the save doesn't break, I'll continue my previous character. That's just how I do it. So it's really, I guess if you really want to see me start a new character, your best thing to do would be to just keep an eye on when the game updates, when there's a new B42 version, and whenever there is, either my save will continue as it is, or I will have to start a new one. That's kind of that's the policy there. I don't have like a set time as to when I want to do it. I have been juggling with the thought of starting a character on Extinction, but that would not be a, what's the right phrasing for this? Wouldn't be a recurring thing, mostly because I don't expect to survive. Or, if I do survive, I expect it to be really fucking boring. And I know that that's a bit rich coming from a guy who plays Zomboid all the time and is doing things that, spends a lot of time doing things that many people would find boring. But honestly, Extinction Mode is a game of high risk, low reward, in my opinion. You're always, everything you do, everywhere you go, if you're not near a low fence, then you are at a risk of getting enclosed by sprinters. And, yeah, I don't know. Do you see any low fences anywhere on screen right now? Because I don't. So what I would have to do is bring them with me. Every time I go somewhere and sit down to fight, some cubicles or, something that zombies have to flip over. So that they're at least nearby. So that I have a position to fall back to if I need to. And I don't even know if that would be enough. That's just a theory that I have. It's not necessarily even a theory I want to test. But yeah, I mean, if we're just talking about Apocalypse, then we start when we must. The only thing that would change that paradigm... No, I don't add people on Steam unless I know them in real life. The only thing that would really change the paradigm of when I start new characters would be as if I actually, like, you know, got into contact with one of the devs or something like that. They didn't even have to contact me directly. Just be like, just some sort of acknowledgement that they're not completely ignoring all of my bug reports and feedback. Because I have posted bug reports, I've posted feedback, and 0.0% of anything I've ever posted has ever garnered a reply, ever. Meanwhile, you know, other people who go in there and drop things without even doing half as much documentation work as I do, they'll get a reply. They'll get, oh, hey, thanks for letting us know. It's not necessarily like a, you know, I don't want to make it sound like I'm being extremely petty about it. I'm just like, the devs want you to start a new save every time a new version comes out, right? I just don't feel the incentive to do that right now. I would be a lot more inclined to do that if that would contribute to them actually paying attention to my feedback. So we were last in this intersection with the sniper. Most of these guys are probably just ones who came from the top right center of the screen, or top right of the screen. Okay, it is 9:30 a.m. Eastern, and there's the market open. Okay, very, very good. I'm gonna be a little distracted for a little bit of time here. I have a couple of stock orders open right now. I don't normally trade. In fact, this is the first time I've opened a trade that I actually want to pay attention to. I know I've yapped on stream about wanting to save money and not spend it. And the truth is a lot of the money I would spend if these orders get filled is money that was already in the account from previous closings. It's never good to just have cash sitting around in an investment account not doing anything. So I've been looking for an excuse to invest in something that may have potential. I would laugh quite heartily if I picked the wrong numbers. I don't think I'm going to have a sustained presence on this corner here. So every time I shoot, we're probably bringing more people from the top right corner there. The top right corner is not the main attraction of what we're working on right now. It's a sideshow, as it were. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it is. It's true. Yeah. I am not the biggest fan of having to level everything. At least I can stay ahead of the physical stats, but even the non-physical stats have been great. It took us a little while to get through a couple of levels of tailoring on this character because we never found one of the books until it was whatchamacallit, until we already grinded our way through it. Right, got my 9mm magazines sorted out. Empty ones can get put away. Shotgun put away, and we are due a sharpening for the sword at least. And I've missed many opportunities to sharpen the knife. Both of those knives that are on the floor right there have just been used up with only a few opportunities to sharpen them. What? Pending. Verified canceled. What? I didn't cancel it. No, that's interesting. I posted it on the open and it did not actually persist. It just immediately canceled. Of course, that would... I mean, it would... I don't understand this. This is why I don't often trade. I don't exactly know what I'm doing. Oh well. Let me replace it really quick. Oh, right. Okay. It was because of the time enforced. Yes. Okay. I'm betting that it's going to fluctuate low enough that I'll be able to fill this. So right now, SPCX is at 168.88. I'm betting that it will drop to 167.67. And now I just need the order to not get canceled. So I'm putting it in as GTC now. That works for me. Never do a market order. That's what I've been told. This is not financial advice. We are about 40 minutes too early for bed here. What does that mean? Does that mean that I'm going to bed early, or does that mean that I'm cooking? How's my weight? 80 kilos, still gaining. We do not want to be too fat, so we're going to ease back on the calorie consumption for now. Having rabbit in my salads is actually going to that's going to notably boost the calorie count. I don't know what the devs are on, but they boosted rabbit meat to being higher calorie than a lot of other meats, which I feel like is not 100% accurate, but I ain't no nutritionist. All right, now we're clear for bed. As we have 3 loose boxes of 9mm, I'll do another 3 boxes worth and load some more magazines here. That's a acceptable use of my time. Put those straight into the truck because I think the truck has room for it. Yeah, truck's got plenty of room. So we do need to make more bombs, actually. That was our last pipe bomb that we used earlier, that's perfectly fine. Let us make some more pipe bombs. So we've got, actually, I think we already have 3 broken iron pipes upstairs. Do we? Yes. And this box that had them is getting a little full, so grab those 3 and then maybe 2 more. So let's do a total of 5 pipe bombs. So now what we need is 20 bullets per bomb. So we need basically 100 bullets to work with here. I have been using... I've used up a lot of my loose ammo here. So then just 4 more. Yeah, okay, and that's all my loose ammo. And that is my first 20 bullets, which means I need 40, 60, 80. 20, 40, 60, 80. If we use 30, 30 for the rest. And then 100, okay, yeah. 30, 30, if anybody's not familiar, is a... it's one of those, like, yeah, I think it's black powder, actually. I don't remember exactly, but it is, it can only be shot by a carbine, and it's really, really jammy. You can only fit 6+1 in it, and it jams all the damn time, so, yeah. We'll use that. I feel like I probably should be getting more gunpowder out of that, but it is what it is. Oh, dear. Hmm. Hopefully it doesn't continue to meteorically. Yeah, if prices continue to moon, then I do not suspect that my meme order is going to work. It's already gone up by $2. Feeling that FOMO. I would say that we've looted about 90% of the gun stores on the map, yes. What we do for ammo, and I can actually visualize it for you here. What we do for ammo is we store it in the trunks of step vans in carton form. So the trunk of the SWAT van there has my loose boxes and my spare guns. Meanwhile, the 3-step vans next to it there. We've got this one here has my active calibers, except for shotgun. Shotgun has its own van. The second white van there is entirely shotgun. I think we currently have 13 cartons of shotgun in it. And then Kentucky Herald, I believe, is a variety mix. Possibly some platforms I'm not using right now. I actually don't remember exactly what's in Kentucky Herald. And it's way too cold for me to run out there and check for no reason, so she's not going to get her too cold for that. I will probably have to bundle her up for tonight. What are we up to for gunpowder? 96? Oh yeah, there's 9mm rounds for the last 4. There you are. Oh, I forgot about the loose rounds I shoved into the satchel there. Okay. Too late. I also ran out of 357. I shouldn't have done that. That's not good. We should have more boxes in the trunk of the fire truck there. Okay, anyway, we've got our 100 gunpowder and we're a little bit past bedtime. I'm just going to hit the pause button on that and we'll pick it up after we catch our second sleep. And another thing about my ammunition supplies. The devs have drastically increased ammo loot that you get at gun stores. So in addition to having looted about 90% of the gun stores, you're only looking at about a fifth of my total ammunition. The rest is back at my power center here in Louisville, the grocery store to the southwest. And I think the hat and the vest will be fine to keep us warm for now. Second bedtime is a go. Yeah, once you start hitting Stendo's Firearm Emporium and Guns Unlimited on the latest builds of the game, you'll see what I mean about there being a lot of ammo now. Those are two of the biggest firearm resources on the map. Stendo's Firearm Emporium in West Point, and Guns Unlimited near Echo Creek to the north of it. I think we can put the vest away for now. So we have all the materials now after pulling apart 100 bullets and acquiring 5 broken iron pipes at 20. Oh man, the FOMO's kicking in, guys. The FOMO's kicking in. Sorry, I keep getting distracted by this. But as you can see, it started at 169 on the open. My bet was 167. I thought it would just fluctuate a little bit. But it's getting net up every couple of minutes here. Feeling big FOMO right now. We'll keep it. I'll give it some time. Just sit here making pipe bombs in the meantime, right? Do not at all confuse my my desire to purchase a couple of these shares as a endorsement of the company or the individuals behind it. I'm an individual who wants to make money. And that's about it right now. At least in terms of trading. I don't really care about making money off of YouTube, if that's even an option right now. Believe it or not, despite the fact that I've got about 20,000 or so watch hours on YouTube, I don't actually think I'm eligible for the partner program yet. Doesn't really matter that people like my stuff. I don't got that 1,000 subs yet. Okay, the 5 pipe bombs made. We're making 5 remote triggers now. This is going to cost us some glue tubes. Currently we've got 13. Yep, we're down to 11 tubes of glue now, or 10.8. So we've got 5 pipe bombs and 5 crafted triggers. Now we just duct tape those bad boys onto them. Peek on my traits. In the description of the video, my character sheet is linked. Right? Yes. Dani's character sheet. Annie is my previous character. Dani is my current one. That gives a breakdown on where we started and our selection of traits. We started with basically 0 combat skills except +1 to axe. It was the physical traits that were the most important to me, because they are the single most annoying things to level in any video game I've ever played. Alright, we now have 5 more remote pipe bombs to work with here. My FOMO has been instantly cured. It mooned up to 174 and then dropped right back down to 170. It's been a long time since I've watched a stock ticker in real life. I should not let my emotions get the better of me. Do we need any more? I need that. No, I was forgetting something. Opening 2 boxes of 357 here. Into my bandolier. And... M16 is empty. Let's just shove a new magazine into it real quick. And then we have 3 reloads for it. So we still have a little bit of M16 available to us, but it is not overly significant. We will need to, at some point in the future, crack open a few boxes of 556. And by boxes, I mean cartons. Sure thing. I was thinking about doing a longer video at some point where I explain end to end why I choose all the traits that I do, but the long and short of it is most of the positives are either to get strength 10 and stamina 10 or quality of life, right? So dexterous and organized and wakeful, those are just quality of life traits, really. Things that make my time spent in this game less annoying. The way I figure it is, if you take if you take the one that fast learner, if you take fast learner, then all you have to do is survive and get your skill books and wait till you read the skill books, and then you'll build up all the skills you need over time. Just don't die. That's number 1 right there. Oh, this is how you died. Oh no, this is how you died. Slow learner and reluctant. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Restless sleeper and wakeful. Yeah, that's quite literally what it is. That is, you go to sleep twice, and if you time it right and you don't get interrupted by a nightmare, then you're pretty much set on staying awake with the daylight, right? That's the objective, is to not have fatigue hit me while the sun is still out. That's kind of why I've timed my bedtimes where I have. If I go to bed, my first bedtime is supposed to be 2300. Second one is supposed to be 5 a.m. So I wake up, it's about 7 a.m. at that point when I wake up, and I'm awake with the daylight, and I usually don't get fatigued. As long as I don't do anything stupid, I don't get fatigued until usually after 1900. And when I say anything stupid, what I mean is get overheated for an extended period of time. Because the game is very poor at explaining this. But if you get overheated, you know, the unpleasantly hot noodle that a lot of people just completely fucking ignore, that causes you to build up fatigue faster. So if you spend half your day constantly overheating, suddenly Pikachu face when your fatigue kicks in a lot earlier than expected. Yeah, if you're completely indifferent, then yeah, that's there's some Korean MMO grindfests that would like your number, but no, I never got into none of that. I predict that there's still going to be a number of them stuck in the garage entrance on this side, so we'll ease our way in. If there are any more inside there that need to be drawn out, we're about to find them. I ain't going in there. They can come out here and fight me. Yeah, no, I feel like very few. Probably like only like 16 people actually know that, and half of them are the game developers. It's so stupid because it doesn't say it on the trait tooltip. It doesn't say it anywhere. The only reason that I know that is because somebody else, one of my viewers, Ranzera, who spends as much time as I do on this game, and actually I think he's also one of the dudes who decompiles the game code and actually looks into the game code to see all the stupid little effects that Indie Stone never tells us about. Yeah, I only learned it because of him. That this game, man, and the fact that it just doesn't explain itself. I'm okay with a little bit of not explaining yourself, but there's a limit. And something as fundamental as that is an extremely important one. Now, I do expect the rifle to pull a little bit more than the 357 we shot just a moment ago. Yeah, see? I can't even guarantee that this stupid building here with the facade won't end up having somebody come out of it. The closer I get to that, the closer I get to this van, which blocks my shots, which, yeah. Oh, you, really? Really? Maybe I did that. Alright, we got lots incoming from the top here. More than I was hoping to see. I was hoping that all of these guys that we're looking at right now would have followed us to the north. Or one of the bombings we did near the end of last stream. But they didn't. Actually, a lot of these guys aren't coming from Fossil Field. They're coming from... Oh, they're coming from this building, aren't they? Oh. Turbo is a one of the TV channels. So, of course, the HQ is going to be swarming with them. Well, let's make the Raven Guard proud. Let's attack, fall back, and attack again. Yeah, literally everybody that we're shooting at right now is not actually coming from the field. It's coming from somewhere next to it. But I've got to kind of, assume that that's how it's going to be, because that's it be like it be. I never had a chance to begin with of just doing the field. It was always going to be a question of how many buildings were around it and how many zombies were going to be in them, because, yeah, there's no stopping this. You know what else there's no stopping is fighting in the stink zone. So we're putting on the half-mask respirator, and we're going to need another mag of 9mm. In fact, perhaps let's take a couple of those. Get out of that tree. Where's my knife? Oh, I didn't. Where's my knife, he says. Where's my knife? He ain't got no knife. Alright, fighting knife it is, then. I was hoping to save this for a special occasion. There's no good place to fight here. Not with these trees still intact. Is it too late to cut them? It is, yeah. I can't do that without losing ground. Fucking see? It's that stupid frickin' doorway right there. Combine that with the trees, and this corner is just, yeah, this corner is not a good place to stand. I should not be standing here long. In terms of target selection, I'm trying to focus on anybody who's not a slow shambler with the rifle. Now, in this case, not this situation, but in a situation where I was responsible enough to bring a hunting knife, which is a disposable knife that I can use to grind knife skill. This is the part where I would probably kill a few of these guys with the knife. But the only knife on me that I have, because I forgot to bring one, is a fighting knife, which is the only fighting knife I have ever found. So I'm not going to use that extensively. I'm just going to use it when I need to, which is almost never. I need to have a knife on my belt. That's never not happening. Way too deeply ingrained in my muscle memory that I can hit 4 and have a knife in my hand. Bitch. Blanked. Okay. You know what? Sword it is. Make quick work of these bastards. And here comes the rain to wash all the snow. Good old-fashioned sword gun. Being a little paranoid about that tree, to be honest. How's it going, KTO? Come on, go to license for that damn knife, bro. Hello, governor. Momo's hitting me again, boys. It's hitting me. I should probably just close the window and ignore it, but the problem is, if I come back later this afternoon and I see that the price has gone up $10, I have a feeling it's not going to creep back down. $3 is already pushing it. For anybody joining, if you're not familiar, I am a extremely amateurish trader. I do not recommend ever listening to anything I do when I talk about stocks, unless you're here to make fun of me for it, in which case, please do. But I'm currently monitoring SPCX very closely. And I have a buy order in at the magic numbers. I'm going to laugh really hard if it filled and I just didn't notice it. No. See, it dropped as low as 168.2. I'm sorry, 168.51. It actually dropped as low as that briefly. It did not, unfortunately, get down to 167.67. God help me. Nobody else can. We also did another pipe bombing here. The third one was a lot smaller than the others, but still wiped out quite a few Zed. And we did not get very far down this road afterwards. Still got a lot of homies hanging around in the unbreakable fence there. Let's swap the rifle for the shotgun. Now, it's interesting. You guys may notice that they don't seem to be attacking it now that I broke all the glass. This honestly might be a very easy way to level up knife to just stand here and poke people for a few minutes. The problem is, you see how they're kind of clipping through that. I don't trust it. I'd rather let's just wipe them all out. Pay very close attention to the integrity of that knife. Like I said, only fighting knife. And the fighting knife is the only knife in the game that's actually better than the hunting knife. Very, very rare thing. Now, the fact that we discharged the shotgun right here, and that's all we got, is a couple of dudes, yeah, it's a pretty good sign. In fact, that's a really good sign. Shotgun's got a huge audio radius. Okay, maybe a few more than a few dudes. They'll face my blade. While you were groaning in the darkness, I was studying the sword. Come on. Another one coming from the fence area there. What was he doing down there by the fence? Who knows? Fairy frickin' godmother knows. I don't see any reason why they should be coming from the direction of the fence right now. Because... Oh, never mind, sorry. I forgot that the end of the fence is just a straight terminal. It's not a corner. So the fence actually has a corner down there, or sorry, an opening. So anybody who's on the other side of the fence is actually going to be going around it And coming out at the very bottom right corner of the screen right now, next to where that tall tree is. Okay. I didn't even know that. I was under the impression it was just a big, double tall fence that extended all the way in a square or something. I have never actually done prolonged combat in this area. I think the most I've ever done is driven through this area on my previous characters. I'm curious. I'm curious. So I used my footsteps to get her attention, but she doesn't know I'm here. Does she? No, now she does. Okay. Should have known that my footsteps would have grabbed her attention. Oh, fuck, we're up to $4. Oh, shit, I'm gonna have to... I'm about to put in another buy order just so I can stop watching it. Mod policy is talked about in the description, buddy. Under the FAQ near the bottom. Fuck you. My knife got stuck in his jaw. Alright, there we go. I'm still wearing the mask, which I don't need to be. Not on this side, at least. I can deal with the bad smell for a short period of time over here. We have a bite to eat. Still in rapid. Still in rapid. Next salad is probably not going to have to not have any rabbit in it. Okay, you know what? This is not a stock trading show. I'm not going to bore you guys with me sitting here just constantly checking the price. No. I'm not built for this. I can't do it. I'm not a day trader. I'm just going to put in a new buy order at the current price and abandon my meme numbers. And then laugh at myself in the future when it crashes. Yes. Fuck you. God damn it. This is why this game is not ready for knives. It really isn't. I know people had a lot of fun in B41 with their 200,000 jaw stabs in a row. But the way this game works, single zombie touches you. No. Long-range melee weapons will never be outdone in my brain. Distance is king. Let me get this fighting knife back where it belongs here. And we'll wash it. Yeah, standoffish. Yes, avoidant. Conflict avoidance is a pathway to some abilities. Many abilities some consider to be unnatural. I might not actually have any more knives, actually. Oh, I have one knife left. Okay. So there goes all the snow. No big surprise there. My sword is in good shape still, but I'm going to stage a replacement because we don't have any replacement knives anymore. We're going to hold off on leveling knife anymore for now, and the sword is going to be our go-to. So we got a replacement sword in the truck, and I'm putting the fighting knife away for another day. And what else? We've got a respirator right there that's going to need to have a replacement filter staged for it, so that's my backpack. I will go ahead and leave the respirator in my backpack too. Empty magazines in my satchel. I should have emptied those a while ago. I keep forgetting to do that, so empty magazine bag here in the loose ammo van. Right. Short blunt is great. In fact, if you look at the second of my 2 character sheets that I link in the description, my previous character, Annie Mae, was built for maximizing short blunt as an early game weapon strategy. Problem with that build now, the devs have been changing the professions a little bit. Annie Mae's build does not work anymore. There's a negative 2-point balance if you try to make it now because the devs have nerfed. Well, I mean nerfed. They've increased the trait point cost of Wakeful and, what was the other one? I forget which one it was. There's 2 that they increased the price of. Wakeful and, or was it just Wakeful? I can't remember. No, I think it was just Wakeful that they nerfed. So you might just be stuck at a negative 1. Which, I mean, for Annie's build is a build breaker. We would have to, if I ever wanted to do a build like Annie again, I would have to completely reassess everything. And another thing about Annie's build that's been nerfed in another way, short blunt used to be the only weapon, aside from axe, that you could get a +3 to. And it was extremely cheap. You could get a +3 to short blunt just by taking construction worker. Construction worker gave you a +3 to short blunt. And that was, construction worker is a relatively cheap profession in terms of point cost. But now what they've done is they've used some corpo speak to explain this, but they removed 1 from the short blunt and added it to long blunt. So what this means now is I do think you can start with a +3 to a weapon still, but it can only be axe or long blunt now. You have to, if you want it to be long blunt, you've got to be a construction worker, baseball player, and brawler. And if you want it to be axe, then you've got to be either a firefighter or a lumberjack. And then, wait a minute. Lumberjack gives you +2, doesn't it? I can't remember. Axe might only be capable of getting a +2. But the axe pert trait would compensate for that. Right, so if you started as a lumberjack, and you got a lumberjack brawler, that would be another way to do it. But I don't see that. I don't like that. The point costs are insane if you want to do that. Like, you're putting way too many points, more points than I would ever want to put into weapons, rather. The way I've done my characters for a long time now is I've done almost all weapon points have come from the profession only. That's true for Annie, that's true for Nora, that's true for Dani here. So the last, 1,400 hours of this game, actually 2,000, about 2,000 hours now, it has been exclusively weapon points from the profession. Now I'm questioning myself on that. Hang on. I'm questioning myself on that. Got Annie's character sheet right here. This is linked in the description, by the way. Yeah. I don't know what I'm on here. We're carpentry +1, carving +2, maintenance +1. Not to snuff your nose at maintenance. Having a +1 to maintenance, I did not have it on this character, and I almost take it for granted now because this character, we got to maintenance level 10. It just took about 6 months longer than it did for any of my previous characters, despite finding all the books at the same rate. But yeah, this right here, Annie having a +3 to short blunt, you will never have this again unless the devs reverse course. If they don't reverse course on what they did to professions, or if they don't add a trait that gives you a little bit of short blunt, nobody will ever have a +3 starting the short blunt ever again. And I find that tragic because short blunt's amazing. The most common tool, damage type, and the most, some of the best, the most easily sourced best in slot in the game if you have the profession for it. Just get to carving 7 and masonry or napping 9, I think. Right? Or is it only masonry now? They've been changing this around too. If we go to the crafting menu, stone mace head. Stone mace head is only masonry. Only masonry. I swear you used to be able to use either masonry or napping for this. But no, you can only do masonry now. So you need to be masonry level 8 and carving level 7 to make the more or less best in slot for short blunt. It's amazing though. I do love the stone mace. It's a great weapon. The only thing that would... there is one weapon that is slightly better than it. The metal mace. It does the same damage, same everything, but it lasts a lot longer. But these stone mace heads you can make... I could go outside right now using some of these long flat stones that I've got laying around, and I could make like 3 of these just right now, just using materials on the ground. Truly amazing. I love it. Sharpening kills the knife damage too. Yeah, that's true. All right, I have to step away briefly, IRL. I won't be gone long, and when I get back, I'm going to need to put in that new buy order, but I will be back to Zomboid in about 2.5 minutes or so here. I'll catch you guys in just a moment. I'll be right back. Only in durability, KTO. Every other stat is identical, unless they've changed it. All right, so I will be back in just back to Zomboid in just a moment. Did I accidentally hit Control V there? I might have. Okay. Order never failed. Of course it didn't. Yeah, FOMO is going to take the better of me right now. Let's replace the me mortar here. It got me cheaper. All right. So instead of 167.67, we filled it at 170.89. Actually, that's like $3 cheaper than what the chart shows. Fair enough. I'll take it. All right, we are back, folks, and now I can stop paying attention. I want everybody to make fun of me. If SPCX, if it crashes down to oblivion, and everybody who bought in becomes a bag holder, I want everybody to make fun of me, because I deserve it. All right. We are eating a salad. Then we are... we're gonna reload some magazines of the M16 so that we still have plenty of that to use. So now I can show you guys a little bit window into my vans here. We've got, this is probably gonna have most of the 556, 357, 38 special, a little bit of 45, lots of 762. This is our shotgun carrier. Kentucky Herald. It's the one I forgot about. Oops. Oh, it's got a little bit of everything, but it still has plenty of 556. What I'm going to try to do is, let's consolidate that 556 over in the first van here. Because the whole nature of the ammo vans here, what I'm trying to kind of go for is that the two white vans, the white twins, I guess we'll call them, the white twins are supposed to be that one of them is going to be my shotgun carrier, and then the other is going to be my bullet carrier for the most commonly used bullet types. So I really should trade these, like 45 ACP, for example. I was thinking about starting to use it. That never happened, so we're going to change that 45 ACP for this 357 over here. We're also using plenty of 9mm, so a carton of 9mm would not be unwelcome. And I'll hold on to that carton of 38 special because I might use it. There's literally nothing stopping me other than the fact that it's another gun that would be on my belt, which would increase my default carry weight. Is it? Okay, that's a perfect fit. So, 357, 38 special, 556, 762, 9mm. Everything except shotgun, which of course is over here. And we've currently got 13 cartons of 12 gauge over here. So the 3 boxes of 556 that we picked up, in addition to all that, that's going to be loaded into the magazines tonight. The ratio of bullets to, cartons to magazines for the M16 is 1 carton of 556 equals 8 magazines of M16. So what we've got here is, there's 2 cartons and now 8. So take half of that plus 1. Right, so 3 cartons gets us 24 full magazines. That'll probably take all night to shove all the bullets into those. I'll do them one at a time, I suppose. Any spare duffel bags laying around? Yes, I do. No? No, that's not spare. That's being used. If I had a spare duffel bag right now, I would use it for... There we go. We do have a spare duffel bag. We're going to use this spare duffel bag to put the magazines in after we've loaded them. So we open a carton. We open the 12 boxes. We unpack 8 magazines. And we start the clickety-clack. Okay, maybe this won't be quite all night. I forgot exactly how much heavier it gets when we unpack it from carton down to box and then to bullet and then load it. 8 of these magazines with fully loaded weighs 10 encumbrance. So I can only do 2/3 into this duffel here. Yeah, absolutely. The carton, I don't mind, right-clicking, but when I've got to do it in mass, like I'm doing right now, yeah. Clickety-clickety-clack. Alright, so this M16, or this bag rather, is now full of loaded M16 magazines. We'll bring that outside, probably put it into the ammo truck, the loose ammo truck at some point here. For now, it is now bedtime. Still in rapid weight gain. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. I don't know how cold it's going to get tonight, so let's put the hat on. That'll stay ahead of that. And we've got 8 more magazines to load. Tips to gain weight and maintain it. I don't maintain weight. What I do is I go into phases, weight gain phases or weight loss phases. While I'm in a weight gain phase, what I do is I just do whatever I need to do to get myself fat with butter and or carbs and whatnot. Um, Vegetable oil and butter are the two ways that I use to gain lots of calories and fats. Veggie oil you can make with, they just fixed this, like in the most recent couple of patches, flax or sunflower seeds. You can now grind into seed paste and mill into oil, or press into oil rather, at a much more reasonable ratio, and get tons and tons of vegetable oil. And then you just add butter. Of course, you milk 5 liters of milk from your cow and turn it into a stick of butter, and then just add the butter and the vegetable oil to all your foods. That will put you into weight gain. Weight loss, just make yourself food that doesn't have any of those fattening things in it, and make sure you live an active, running around all the time day, and you'll have no problem losing weight. It's easier to lose weight than it is to gain it in this game, unless you're always eating stuff that inherently has lots of carbs and calories, like fish or something. I don't recommend doing that personally, but that's up to you. But yeah, I do not maintain weight. I just go into weight gain phases, and then I just stop thinking about weight for a while it starts to lose weight. I just check it periodically to make sure that I haven't fallen. So the thresholds are important. We lose weight until we're down to 75 kilo. Then we reverse course, eat lots of butter and oil, and then we get back up to just shy of 85 kilo. So right now I keep checking my tab that I closed on accident to see where I'm at. I'm at 82 and I'm still rapidly gaining, which tells me we're not even adding any more butter or oil to things. We're just going to continue burning calories until we stop gaining completely. Then we can kind of feather it, gain a little bit, stop, gain a little bit, stop, until we're close to 85. When we're close to 85, we just stop thinking about it entirely until we've lost almost 10 kilo. So, in the meantime, we got some bullets to clickety-click here. This is the last 8 of them here. These 8 will go into the vehicle, while the other 16 will go into the ammo van. Should have room for this. We're pushing it. I'm putting those brakes and suspensions that shouldn't really have been in the weapons van. Put those in the seat and the glove there. That's fine. Better. Okay. So we've got these police duffel bags back here to sort through the different replacement weapons that we've got here. So we've got some JS3Ts that have not been used yet, and some whatchamacallits, a couple of axes and whatnot. just re-aim that one as shotgun. Yeah. There is no duffel bag big enough to hold all of the long guns that we need a replacement for. I would need a bigger bag. It's fine. So that actually used up most of our night just reloading those magazines, getting them put away. That is perfectly fine by me. I'm just going to make a couple of lower calorie salads here for tomorrow. Just some leftover potatoes and eggs here. One of them's already ready for me to eat. Perfect. It's our last potato in there. Okay, we're ready for bed. I'm not going to overthink the salads too much. We've got enough for 3 eatings tomorrow. How many hours of the game total? 3,500? I haven't checked in a little while. 35 something. Library, Steam, we are at 3536.7 and counting. Alright, so we put the warm hat away. And it looks like it's going to snow today. That's perfectly fine. Let me get one more salad whipped up here. It's just, it's good practice. So that we have all 4 of our meals that we need. You generally reduce your hunger by 60. So if you plan to have enough meals to feed yourself for 60 hunger, then you'll be pretty good. So by having the last potato and an egg there, we've got 23, 23, 15, 17. That's good enough. Good enough. Yeah, I mean, that 700 is about what I was at when I started B42. I put about that much in B41. And then I put it on the shelf. But B42 has come with tons and tons and tons of replayability that, in my opinion, 41 didn't have. So we've got the respirator and some backup filters, but nothing. We should be good. Now we are going to start edging our way into the stadium today. So I'm thinking that's us putting on the armor. Bone choker, coat of plates. You'll observe that my body protection is going up drastically. Coat of plates, bone choker, and gloves. Things that I would wear all the time if it was not for the scaling discomfort. But that's alright. We're not going this way, we're going around. Oh, congrats, Command. Yeah, I mean, there's people with almost twice as many hours as me. Don't know very many who live stream, but I mean, I actually don't know. I've only looked a little bit at other Zomboid live streamers, so maybe a lot of them have more hours than me. But I was looking at the whatchamacallits, people on Steam that I see a lot in the discussion forums, and I saw one dude with 50, 56 something, so he's almost got twice as much as me. If I set cruise control for 5 miles an hour, I think I can bump over these corpses without... you notice you don't hear a sound if I go over these corpses really slow. I think that means that we're not actually taking any damage from it. I think. Don't quote me on that. Normally, I do my best to avoid leaving corpses in the road, normally. Can't always get away with that. Now, speaking of getting away with things, currently we're holding the shotgun on our back, but we also have the heavy armor on. That's not a good combo. That leaves us over-encumbered. Even if I have the shotgun in my hands, I'm still pretty over-encumbered. And there's not too much I can do about that. I'm not even carrying that much. Oh shit, one of my salads is going stale. Let's just hurry up and eat that now. Salads going stale can go... They get worse progressively. Alright. It's the chest piece that's causing me to be so over-encumbered. Yeah, the coat of plates body armor right there. That's alright. I probably shouldn't carry the shotgun. There's probably no need for it, to be honest. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it away for now. Ooh, this is, you know, I saw the edge of this thing, but I didn't realize it's... This is a van I've never seen before. Genuine premium beer. Locked. Make me break the window. It's a preserve vehicle. Yeah, it's preserved. I could literally fire up the engine right now. You don't see that very often with Louisville vehicles. Or, sorry, I mean, you don't see that very often with vehicles 1 year and 6 months in. Nice. Yes. Don't think we're going to see very much of that once gasoline spoilage gets added. That's why I like the knives. Get that backstab and nobody notices you. I'm actually kind of surprised you didn't notice me. I don't know if we'll actually find any loot worth finding here, but if we do, we just found the vehicle we'll store it in. $172 room in the front. Garbage. No, it's completely empty. Sometimes when a vehicle is completely empty, that means the devs never defined a loot table for it. So if they're looking for, like, if the devs are going to, like, make craft beer at some point, this is probably going to contain it. But right now it contains absolutely nothing because there's no craft beer in the game yet. There is only imported and, like, you know, your standard, the canned shit. Canned shit, bottled shit, and some imports. We ain't got no craft beer yet. I hate these industrial, whatever the hell they are, tanks. Because they block your vision so you can't see behind them, so I'm looping around. Okay, I have this moodle up here. This is what I was talking about before. If you just ignore this moodle, the most obvious thing that most people would understand would happen is you drain your water faster. The less obvious thing that this game does not explain, you get tired more. You build up more fatigue while that moodle is there. So if I'm going to be sneaking around indoors all day, I need to lighten my clothing load. So my current outfit, if we look at my insulation here, you'll see that I have a fair bit of insulation on the head, the neck, and a little bit on the chest there. None of that is good if you're going to be generating that much body heat. So what we're going to do is we're going to ditch the We're going to ditch the scarf. Yeah, we're going to ditch the scarf. I'll just leave it in here. We'll ditch the bandana on my face, which there's not going to be as many corpses indoors, so I don't have to worry about that. And then we're going to ditch the... we're going to swap the cowhide jacket for the leather jacket right here that's got holes in it, right? So the cowhide jacket is fully intact. Leather strip protection on the torso. A leather jacket would be the same if it did not have holes in the torso. This Wild Raccoon's jacket, it's got holes in the torso and the neck. The reason we wear that when we want to not get so hot is because you vent most of your body heat through the head, chest, and neck. So, as you can see, my chest is now lighter, and my head and neck are completely... this is almost a summer kit right here now. With a few modifications, this is my summer kit. In fact, I would expect to get cold relatively easily. But if we're going to be indoors, sneaking around, generating lots of body heat. Don't know if y'all saw that. For a couple frames there, we had a Homelander ragdoll flying through the sky. Now, what we just went past, to my right there, I think these are the player lockers. I don't know or care what they are, because it requires me to go into this 1x1 tile space. No, I'm never doing that, not in a Louisville POI like this. Force me down a tiny little hallway like that, you might as well just be asking me, hey, go tightrope on the Golden Gate Bridge. Fuck you, am I ever going to go down that narrow of a hallway? Nah, not in Louisville. No, sir. I'll bring the sledgehammer in here if I ever want to explore those rooms. That's how you go around a corner and run into a group of three zombies. That's what happens when you do that. Ooh, look at all this milk. Milk that never spoils. Sponges are useful for recharging your filters. What? 3 bullets of coffee. Okay. Yeah, sure. Wait a minute. This might be the Starbucks, actually. Yeah, yeah, we got those, beige tops mahogany counters. Yep, this is Starbucks. Couldn't see the logo from in here. Ooh, yes, sir. That is a total of 7 bullets of coffee. Now that is a reward. This entire place has been worth it now. Make that 9. Make that 10. Yeah, just inject it all directly into my veins. Make that 12. This has been twice as worth it now. I'm not even kidding. This is more than you would find in 3 or 4 coffee shops combined. Just for reference, sometimes we'll go through an entire coffee shop and not find a single bullet of coffee. Not really. I have been to some parts of Louisville a lot more than others. And if you really want to use the word clean Louisville, then you're going to have to get ready to go room by room in extremely dense townhouses that has, like, 2 stories and bunches of rooms, and all the loot is nothing but residential garbage. No. Miss me with that shit. I don't care about full clearing. I care about interesting POIs and drivable terrain and creating supply lines and all that fun stuff. So the moment I pick this up, we've opened the ability for zombies to come in here from that direction. Also our ability to go in and out from this direction. Now we've got to be aware of that because, of course, if a zombie's trying to go all the way around for some reason, then they're going to use the earliest corner that they can turn that's available. These are actually garage doors. Look at that. Neat. I think they'll always spawn open. This might be one of the very few 4-tile garage doors in the game that the player can just arbitrarily steal for themselves and might never be broken. Unless there's a chance for the entire stadium to be looted and trashed. I don't know. Could be possible, maybe not. So we found enough loot already that I'm actually going to make a drop-off at the step van. Which means I am okay with loading up on steel sheets and stuff. Every one of these steel sheets is a potential repair to our trunk, as long as we got propane. Believe it or not, I have used up a ton of propane since we got here in Louisville, and I have not locally sourced very much compared to what I hoped for. Look at that, I'm getting hot even with my current loadout. That, the body heat generation from sneaking at lower levels is kind of freaking wild. It's way higher. I could run probably twice the distance that I've been sneaking, and I would not get hot. That is probably a skill issue, unironically. Because at higher skill, I don't think you have as many problems. Would you look at that between these fucking things? See this guy right here? When I go right here, where'd he go? Where'd he go? I can't see him because of this fucking corner. God, I hate some of these warehouses. Okay, let's give him what he's been asking for here. Oh, fuck off. She raised her hand for 1 second. She raises her hand for 1 second, and then suddenly she's too far away to do a jaw stab. This is that. I don't know why I try. I don't know why I try. I really want to make short blade work, but it just feels like such a silly proposition. Everything about short blade just feels so silly right now. Okay, that's all the loot we've picked up so far, and any of our used up stuff. I left this thing running on purpose because the battery came in at like 84% when we found it. Battery is now charged, so we can shut it off. I know I just said that I'm going to give up on the knife. No, I didn't say that. I'm not giving up on it, I'm going to meme on it when it does stupid stuff. I hate. I have lots of hate. Lots and lots of hate. And yet, I'm not giving up on it. 3,500 hours, you'd think I know how to pull off a jaw stab. Hey Richard, how's it going? We are doing pretty good today. We have cleared out a good chunk of the area around the whatchamacallit, the stadium here, the baseball stadium. And we are now probing the interior, going in and out strategic spots here. We just got a whole bunch of coffee loot from Starbucks here. And this is where we're going to park the loot truck. Moment. What are the tires like on this thing? Performance, but deflated. If we want to be able to tow it easily, we want to inflate the tires. We have the technology. We can do that. We can make it happen. I also spent a chunk of the stream debating the merits of purchasing into SPCX. Ended up settling in on 8 shares at 170 something. So we'll see if that goes anywhere. The initial plan was 10 shares at 167.67. That did not end up happening. So it does look like you can actually still eat them with the jaw stab even if they started turning around. But once they've started turning around, you're in the danger zone. More so than you were before. Oh, nice. Very nice. In World War Z, in the book World War Z, dogs were used extensively as they were trained to almost kind of do like I always joke about with sheepdogs, kind of trained to get the attention of the zombies and lead them places. Because zombies would, in the World War Z lore at least, zombies would try to eat any sort of mammal, including dogs. So dogs were just as much threatened by the zombies as humans were. I'm not going in this building right now. Whoa, not with all that right there. Not if I'm trying to do knife. Nah, there's no connifing a group that big. Not at my current stage. That's we got this. As long as they come at me one at a time, I can still jaw stab them. Step up and get flipped. Why do we get the feeling that this building has got more Zeds in it than it really should? It was spawned in already, I know that for sure. And we drove around it with the sirens, so it should have emptied out the first 2 floors by now, but I don't know, I can't confirm that. The simple act of running up there seems to have gotten a purple shirt here. Yeah. Now, the simple fact that we've got more than one locked onto us at the same time instantly means no jaw stab anymore. That is, that's how the devs... remember, the devs saw that video of the one dude using jaw stab to wipe out an entire horde by backing up strategically. The devs saw that, and they took it personally. And now, if more than one zombie is locked onto you, you will not trigger jaw stab. Right. Yes, that's one of the many vulnerable situations right there, is trying to carry a bunch of stuff. If you're going to be playing with sprinters on, which, of course, you know, I always say this game does not have enough mechanics for it to be fair proposition with sprinters, but one thing you can do that I actually have right now is go into the key bindings and set a key bind to drop everything that's in your hand. I have got a separate one for dropping what's in my primary hand and my secondary. So if I just wanted to, let's just say that the knife was something extremely heavy. I hold shift and click one of my side mouse buttons, and she instantly drops it. That is something that, if you were in that kind of a situation, may be of great assistance, because it doesn't take any time to drop a generator if you use the key binding. I use it for convenience at this point. You know, if I've got a heavy bag in my offhand, then I'll just use this little. What it is it's the kind of hard to see my mouse here in the over-the-shoulder cam, but it's this tiny little button all the way in the corner, so it's very unlikely to be accidentally clicked. Even though I grip my mouse really tight, I still have no chance of accidentally clicking that button. Okay, you know what? I don't hate it. Being able to nail him with a jaw stab while he's still turning around, that's probably something I'll have to get used to if I ever want to make this actually work. I could always not play a character who's clumsy and conspicuous, but well, that's my play style right now. This might get better if I get more light-footed and well, actually, I mean, speaking of light-footed, we actually quite literally have in the passenger seat here, we have some sneakers. And that will instantly reduce the amount of noise we make at the cost of some protection to our feet. So as you can see, my feet are now 10% bite, which normally I would never want to do, but I mean, who's going to be targeting my feet, right? There ain't no crawlers out there, right? Right? It's a calculated risk. Everything is. But you can even hear the difference now. My feet are probably significantly quieter than they were before. Yes, I actually have a Corsair Scimitar right here. The one that I use regularly is a Logitech G600. Those are no longer being made, but this one right here that I use for my side computer, the other one up here, that is a Corsair Scimitar. It's about the same button layout. That's one of the reasons I liked it so much. 24,000 DPI, also quite amazing. The only thing that makes the 600i better is the I like the ring finger button, the third button. I love that. Lost my knife. That's no good. But if you take these one at a time, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Now, I don't like the Spiffos kitchen here at all. There's all these little pockets that I would not be able to see anybody in, so I'm taking the machete out for this room. Remember, my skill with short blade is quite low, comparatively speaking, so if I have the short blade in my hand and I get grabbed from the front, my chances of pushback are lower because of it. Ooh, okay. Now here's a very interesting thing. Right in front of us, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tile garage door right here. And it looks to be one that we can actually open and close. Only problem is, of course, these counters are in the way and we can't move them unless we get the hammer out. Now, observe. 6 tile garage door. They do exist. They actually exist. You have no idea what I would sacrifice to be able to build one of these on vanilla. That'd be amazing. I would love to be able to build one of these on vanilla. But we can't. This door is locked. Oh, hang on. We got this guy. It's a little extruded glass hallway here. Now, the one thing that the Corsair Scimitar that I will say that is not as good, or at least I don't like it as much, is if you want to, like, you know, map the buttons and set the buttons to whatever you want them to be, you've got to install IQ, Corsair IQ, I-C-U-E. That software has been getting worse over the years, more and more bloatware getting shoved into it. to such an extent that I could no longer tolerate it. So even though I still have plenty of Corsair mice, I even have a Corsair headset over there somewhere. I'll never be able to reprogram them because I'm never installing that shit again. At least not on my main PC. You do get some firmware on it that can save some of the configurations. So if you install the software, make a few setting changes, and then uninstall the software, the firmware will save some of those setting changes, but it's not quite as functional. There are a few limitations. You can't do macros in the firmware. Firmware doesn't have enough room for macros. No, I don't glaze Logitech. They make I enjoy some of their mice. That's it. As a company, I mean, they stopped making the mice that I enjoy. There's no more G600s. This is a G600i from Japan. Logitech's Japanese offshoot had to make this mouse because Logitech themselves are so fucking incompetent to make a mouse that literally hundreds of people on Reddit announced that they'd buy multiple of if they ever had another production run. But whatever. I'm sure their number crunches made an argument that worked on the suits, and that's all that needs to happen, right? Second time that she ate my knife. Come on now. Oh yeah, Logitech mice are great. I don't know if I've ever been truly disappointed by one. My work, the mouse that I use for my work laptop is a Logitech G403? Hang on. I always forget. G403 Hero, yeah, so. And my keyboard, G413. Both of these are still being produced, and I would swear by them if you just need a very simple wired mouse. G403 is great. The keyboard, again, nothing particularly special about it, but I like it, and it's the layout that I like, that I prefer. And it's reliable. The keycaps are a bit of a annoyance, I should say. When a keycap breaks, I have to use a replacement that I harvested from one of my other my old ones. Now look at this. Look at this. Look at this situation. If I did not know that this lady was here, she would be standing right to my left as I come through this narrow little bullshit hallway and come out of here. And if it wasn't for this accidental thing here, I would not know that she was there. I can... This is a situation where my feet would actually be useful. Yeah, despite being clumsy and making a lot of noise with my feet, she still doesn't... Alright, I'll just shout. It's whatever. Hey! I can poke her through these, Oh, look at that. She doesn't even want to take the bait. Okay. I'll poke you over here, then. You're gonna get poked either way, lady. Might as well accept it. Now, the shout that I just did, I must remember that there are zombies on the second floor of bleachers directly above me who would have heard that. In which case, they would be going for the nearest stairs as soon as they lose track of me. In which case, that would be instantly. The nearest stairs are right here. At least as far as I know. Inside of Spiffos here, there's a staircase that I noticed. Also, there is one over here. Maybe we'll take advantage of that. This is not the nearest staircase. And so, if I decide to go up it, machete in hand. Now, as with all major POIs that have more than 2 stories, the moment you go up to the second story, you spawn in the floor above you. So if there are tons and tons and tons of zombies on the 3rd floor of this building, they now exist and can be summoned forth by noise. I don't actually know how many stories this place is. Let me step outside real quick. They really need to make it so people can flip over counters. People and zombies. So it looks like we got 1, 2, just 3 stories. And it doesn't really look like the 3rd story is... Well, it's just 3 rows of bleachers is all it is. Yeah, just 3 stories of bleachers. It's not like a stepped stadium design. Okay. Well, in for a penny. That just means that if we go up to the third floor, there's probably no floor above it that's about to spawn in on us. So we'll have a bite to eat, and we'll step upstairs. I do hear quite a bit of mouth breathing. Okay. Favorite town in the game? It's not Louisville. Louisville is a destination to work towards, in my opinion. I like Riverside as a starter town. I like... If we're talking about, like, overall for what's in it, that's actually really hard to answer because every town is going to have a lot of something and not as much of something else. Riverside is my favorite starter town. Phallus Lake is probably one of my best for a field base. Riverside is my favorite for a long-term base if respawns are a factor. So if I would ever play Extinction mode in the future, which I don't know if I ever will, but if I did, Riverside is where I would build the base, because both start and build the base. Because Riverside has a gas station that is very close to the Ohio River. And if I had to deal with respawns, I would build a base inside the Ohio River to stay away from them. Well, so that's, you know, again, that's something I used to have to do on Apocalypse here, which is default settings for the game. But now that respawns have been moved to Extinction mode, I don't have to put myself in that mindset of, oh, respawns are just going to always be cropping up around me. Okay. As far as a 3-story building goes, that is surprisingly quiet. Okay, yeah. Now, what do I see up here instantly? I see more steel bars or steel rods than I'll ever know what to do with. Being carpentry level 10 every time you disassemble a picnic table. Steel bars, steel rods, fragments of steel, in addition to the planks that you get. So, I don't even, there's nothing I need to do with that information because I don't have any need for that stuff at the moment. But yeah, it's I think this concludes the stadium. I think this concludes the stadium because there's no longer any places for massive groups of them to be hiding if the third floor is not going to be it. All right. Very, very nice. 7108, how's it going? We have just reached the third floor of the Louisville fossil oil field here. Baseball stadium. Parking lot barrier. Really? I've never even... Oh, here we go. Okay. Okay, we found a few zombies on the third floor, it looks like. Very interesting. Okay. So what this means, what means we just saw that group there. That means that only these places with roofs. Okay, okay. So the box up here. Yeah, the VIP seats. Possibly lots of Zeds up there. So, catch me outside. How about that? Yeah. I ain't going in there to fight them. I ain't fighting them up here. Why the fuck would I do that? We haven't cleared the second floor. And in fact, I should have been a little less cavalier about going down those stairs just now. Yeah. All the mouth breathing we're hearing right here. So, what we want to do to deal with those dudes we just spawned in on the third floor, have them come down these stairs and come meet us outside. And to do that, we go down a different set of stairs, get to our vehicles, get out of here, and then go outside with the light bar. Easy peasy. all that running around today, and I successfully got myself out of weight gain. Now, what that means is I don't actually want to be all the way out of weight gain yet, so I'm going to try to feather my calories a little bit here. One thing that I like to do when I'm feathering my calories is just chug some milk. We did find some milk recently right here. What I'm going to do is drink 2 liters of milk. Normally, your character would get full after 1 liter. So what I'm going to do is take 2 of these cartons and put them into the 2 liter that I carry around. I usually use it for gasoline. Probably not a good idea to do this in real life. Put spoiled milk, or milk that should be spoiled, into a bottle that is normally used for carrying gasoline, and then just drink the whole thing. Probably not a good idea, but that's what the game is currently incentivizing me to do. As one of the best optimal options. You'll see that I went right back up into rapid weight gain. This is going to be about 1,000 calories. Roughly 1,000 calories for these 2 liters of milk. And because I had fallen out of weight gain, that meant I was probably below 1,200. So I should be in the 2,000s now. So, yeah, if I keep physical activity light for a day after this, then I'll get to, I will get to 84 kilo without breaking a sweat. Literally without breaking a sweat. But that doesn't change much about the rest of our strategy here. We're not going to be going very fast with this, so I'm actually not going to be as worried about filling up the tires so that it's a more efficient towing experience. If I wanted to tow this a significant distance and not have it be such a drag, I would get out my tire pump and pump both tires all the way up for both vehicles, but I'm not too worried about it right now. Because what I'm going to do is just on my way back out of here, I'm going to fire up the light bar and bring all those guys on the 3rd floor near the VIP seats and the restaurant up there. We're just going to bring them all outside by making a lot of noise right over here. And we're going to, that's going to help us eval exactly how many there are. Maybe there's a lot, maybe there's a not. But there you can see the restaurant, or the, yeah, it's a little pizza joint, I think, at the top there. I've never tried doing this while towing, but I'm going to set cruise to 5 miles an hour here. Stop it. Get some help. I'm switching my gear back to my warmer gear, since I predict we're going to be working around outside now. Leather jacket with holes and sneakers get put away. Alright, I'm going to leave the van right here, and we'll come back and pick it up on our way back. But I need to do a couple of loop backs to see if I can actually get those guys to come outside. Otherwise, at this point, I'm out of hearing range of them. Now, if fate smiles upon me, we'll probably get enough coming out of the building to do another pipe bomb between the ones that are on the 3rd floor that should be coming downstairs right now. Like, there they go, they're coming out of that door. And the other stragglers in this area that I need to deal with. Yeah, that might build us another group big enough for a pipe bomb. And there's the start of the ones coming out of the restaurant. Okay. Alright, boosting it up to 15 for the loop back. It's all right. We've focused our activities outside of the stadium. This isn't terrorism, it's cleanup. This is enough for a pipe bomb group. Yeah, why not? Let's scout location. Yeah, let's scout location. Do we have enough room right here? This street pole would be cutting it close. Now that the snow is starting to fade, we're going to use the corner of one of these parking spots, I think. Here's how I'm going to play it. I need to get the fast ones out of the way so that I can do it in peace and quiet. It's going to take us a few hits. Still coming out of the building, so that's good. Alright, so we're going around this little shopping mall area. And now we're going to plant the bomb. There should be an opening to do so as they work on coming back. Let's actually use this. Yes, I see a spot here. Yes, let's use this. One remote pipe bomb, one remote controller, linked to the bomb, and arm and set. Okay, we got our sight. Got our sight, let's get our party. Oh yeah, man, if this D6 had a machine spirit, it would be raging at me right now. Yes. Harmonize with the machine spirit. Engine Seer Clippy demands the harmony. Gonna do some ghetto loot backs here. This spot where I'm at right now should be close enough to the building to continue pulling the third floor down the stairs near where the restaurant door is over there on the far bottom-ish right of the screen. I used a Molotov. Fire takes a long time to kill zombies. If you think about fire and its usage in warfare, fire is a tool of slow destruction and terror against human targets. You don't use fire to quickly and efficiently kill a bunch of people. You use it to scare them into retreat, or scare them out of the building, get them to get out of a building or something like that. Zombies do not feel fear; they do not feel pain. You cannot terrorize zombies. So fire against zombies is an absolute meme unless you can quite literally stand there and read a book for several hours while it takes them to cook all of their flesh off. Because that's what you gotta do in this game. So you want to use a Molotov in this game, bring a book so that you can stand there and read it while they cook to death. Otherwise, no, I mean, that's a lot more efficient than doing this, because something to keep in mind is that if the zombies set each other on fire, the fire distracts them. So you can get a self-sustaining group of zombies with one of them set on fire in the middle. That will, they'll just spread the fire to each other. And they'll get attracted to each other, and they'll just form a blob that just stays there. You don't even need a light bar for that at that point. I have this screenshot that is brilliant, in my opinion, very brilliantly shows what you do with fire in this game. Give me 1 second. I'll set this cruise to 5 miles an hour. I'll show you how you use fire in this game. Let me pull up my Reddit account here. Project Zomboid post history. Here it is. Yeah. Let me start the loop back here. And here you go. So you can zoom in on that screenshot a little bit and see exactly how to use fire now in B42. I didn't need a Molotov for that, by the way. Molotovs, why would I have to get close and throw it? I lit a campfire. I literally just lit a campfire. And lured the group across the campfire with a few honks of the horn. That's all it took. Didn't have a light bar of the vehicle at the time. But that's an early game thing. Most importantly, you do that if you do not care at all about any of the buildings nearby or any of the loot on the zombies, right? Because the zombies' loot will all get burned off, and any buildings nearby, you've got to be ready to let go of them. Or at least that's how it used to be. Currently, the devs have nerfed fire into the ground because people in PvP were screwing with each other with it. So, yeah. I have opinions about that, but I'm gonna be happy today. I'm not gonna talk about PvP and survival crafting in games today. I'm gonna be happy today. I have made that decision. To be entirely honest, I wish the devs of this game would, and I can't believe I'm saying this, I wish they would just do what the Fun Pimps did for 7 Days to Die. Give the players safe house claim blocks, and then just make it so that safe house claim blocks, anything within the radius, is immune to other players. And zombies attracted to other players won't attack shit that, is on a claim block that's not theirs. Of course, there's ways to exploit that, but it's a solution that's worked well enough for other games, and I feel like it works better than just nerfing fire for everybody. Personally, that's how I feel about that. Well, you see, that's another problem, KTO. You and I live in almost the same time zone. Aren't we both in UTC -4 right now? Or are you, I think you're plus or minus 1 from me, based on where you're at. I forget exactly which time zone, but yeah, that's not enough for a rotating shift. I need to find one of my Vietnamese viewers or something if I'm ever going to play Ark again. So then, somebody from a completely opposite time zone from me on the other side of the planet can take over one of the shifts, security shifts. Yeah. Zed loot is going to depend on what the Zeds are coming from. Like right now, these Zeds are just all coming out of a stadium. So we've got lots of people with jerseys and helmets and whatnot. I don't really care about none of that. If I had to burn these zombies, I wouldn't care. But I like pipe bombs because they don't cause any fire at all, so there's no risk. We're pretty close to detonation here. Pretty close. I have tried to refine my technique for the last couple of moments here, and it kind of necessitates a slowdown and some hits. Yeah, we are going to have to slow down to 10 and then to 5, and then we're going to have to suffer through a few hits. Problem is, the faster you go, the more of them straggle away from you. Alright, here we go. Got him, boys, we got him. Yep, that was a fair bit right there, and I had to do it blind. I'm here for it. Alright, let's finish the rest off with With what? With what? For what? For what? No, I need half coffee right now. Let's drink half of this coffee so that we're combat effective again. Because we just had the fatigue hit. If we drink the whole coffee, it'll be hard to sleep. And 9 mil to finish these guys. Come on, that's right. Right here. Pipe bombs are actually the cheapest non-fire explosive. Well, they're let me take that back. Pipe bombs are the only non-fire explosive. Every other explosive in the game has a little bit of fire, except for the smoke bomb, which has no explosive force at all. Not sure why that happened. Oh, we're out. That's why. Rick O'Connell moment. Damn it. Shouldn't pull the knife out. Don't get distracted, folks. It's not good for you. Yeah, welding level 10. I have more pipes than I'll ever know what to do with. Fucking goddamn knife getting stuck in the goddamn zombie. Alright. Like I said, short blade's a meme. But I'm always here for memes, so... You want to join the other pile, do you? Alright, fine. Let's go. Right this way. Into the pile. I'll cut the siren in just a moment here. But yeah, once you're, level 4+ probably with welding, as soon as you pull apart a car. What you do is, you can use either iron pipes or broken iron pipes. And when it's a wrecked car, you'll get a mixture of both. For the sake of your welding supplies, I generally recommend saving all of your regular iron pipes. Save your regular iron pipes for actual welding projects, and use broken iron pipes exclusively for the pipe bombs. I mean, this, of course, is assuming that you plan on leveling welding to 10 and actually making copious use of welding, among other things. If you don't, then, well, do whatever works for you. Oh, how do you get within position for a jaw stab if you're at that angle? Can you even? Also, if they're walking, can you even? No, I don't think you can. Can you jaw stab a walking target? Things I've never tried. Actually, I'm pretty sure with high enough level nimble, you probably could. But we're talking like high level nimble right there. Okay, we're clear. And we're only going to be about 45 minutes late for bed. Oh, getting the knife stuck right now. No, honestly, it doesn't really matter what level of welding you are. You'll get a chance at broken iron pipes every time. Oh, tempt me, why don't you? If you're just going to show me your ass, then don't be surprised when it gets kicked. Spy line. I need more spy lines. That's what I need. You got blood on my suit. I never really was on your side. Amateur. I can't do the Spy laugh. I could try, I would just sound silly. The Spy has a very, very unique laugh, the Spy from Team Fortress. Oh, I really like that. Alright, coming home with some loot today. A new van and some stuff in it. We might even make it to third gear without pumping the tires. Yeah, we're not bottoming out. We're in second gear. We're still gaining speed. That's your gauge right there. If you can get to second gear and still gain speed, then you're probably good for some towing. Otherwise, go backwards. Shit. I didn't realize that my imagine looking over to your work computer and realizing that Microsoft Teams is running and being like, oh shit. It didn't. I had to close it earlier, and I thought I relaunched it, but it decided not to. I hate Microsoft Teams so much. Okay, I'm good. If it's not running, I don't get notifications when somebody needs my help with something, so that's not good. There we go. Yep, all good. Might not look like it. I do still have a day job. I was signing out my timesheets, and it's halfway through the month right now. And just looking at the fact that I had to put numbers for every single day of the month, when 99.9% of people would, you know, have days on and days off. What is a day off? I have no such thing. My phone could ring at all times or no times. I prefer the no times, but you know what? Can't always get what you want, can you? Let's finish that last salad. How's our food? We're still gaining weight. Perfect. I predict we may have burned enough calories that we'll stop gaining weight overnight. But we'll find out. Bowls first, and we'll deal with the rest of this later. Basically, if I wake up after my first sleep here, if I wake up after my first sleep and I find out that we are no longer gaining weight, then we'll drink this liter of milk, and that should probably do the trick for the rest of the weight gain cycle. Remember, we want to stop gaining weight just below 85 kilo. That maximizes the amount of time we can spend in a weight loss phase before we have to think about putting on pounds again. Packing on the... Yeah, still gaining weight, didn't have to drink it, so just hold on to that for now. By the time I am at 84 kilo, I pretty much stop worrying about it. So that was one pipe bomb. We made 5 last run, so we are good on pipe bombs for now. Our trunk took a little bit of damage. It's worth it to go ahead and repair because we're going to need to, or at least I want to repair the step van we just picked up. Remote controller, there we go. This is why I keep torches and sheets just right here on the floor. One for the van. I never even looked at its engine quality. 61, so it is what it is. It's not exactly, you know, a step van is just a step van at this point. There we go. It's a trunk, it's a carrier. It carries things. Still at 64%. Still at 64%. So it's been about 5 times now that we've repaired the trunk, and the repair potential has not dropped below 64%. Don't know how long we're going to get that, but what we've confirmed is that it is a logarithmic curve, right? The amount of repairability that we get starts at 100, and then goes down as you repair it, but then it stops. It's as far as I can tell, for the past 5 times in a row, it has not gone down. So if it looks like you get diminishing returns on trunk repairs, yes, but only to a certain extent, thankfully. I am totally okay with all of this, but I wish I knew it sooner. I wish I knew it sooner because it affected a lot of my gameplay on Anime, which is my my first long-form character here in B42. Linked in the description if anybody's curious. What else are we doing today? Just putting away loot. Yeah. Lots of loot. Just gonna drop the steel sheets right on the floor with the rest here. Oh, the engine condition on this vehicle, and several of my other vehicles actually, the engine condition has been less than perfect. So what I'm going to do about that is we're going to just drive it up next to the van over here that has the vehicle parts, second in the low, I believe. Right? Second or third? That's third. Spare engine parts and a duffel bag full of more. Bring that from 80 to 100%. Give me a little bit more horsepower. And we still have some left over. That's going to be for the other vehicles we recently picked up. The Ranger truck, and I think one of the 2 fire trucks on the left side here. But I forget which, so we'll just check them all. Yeah, this one needs a couple. At level 10 repair, or level 10 mechanics rather, we're getting 3% engine condition for each spare engine part, which is pretty good. Yeah, this one's 100 already. So it must have been one of these two, one of the Bull Driver twins here. Yeah, this one's all the way down to 69. Normally I'd make a nice joke, but honestly, it could be nicer. Is that going to eat up the rest of the parts? Yes, and it's only a 90%. But the other Bull Driver. Yeah, other Bull Driver was perfect. So we're just going to take the duffel bag then. Did Marine Bites need a hit too? This is a recent acquisition. Recent-ish. Yeah, Marine Bites is good. So there was just one that needed a little bit more engine part, and that's what we have this duffel bag with for. Duffel bag has actually been full for a while. Oh, this one also needs a new side window. In order to remind myself of that, I'm actually going to go ahead and move the front left window over to front right so I can see it visually. Otherwise, I'll forget about it. At this point, these vehicles are just material carriers with powerful engines. That's all they are at the moment. I would say that the other D6 here is my backup, but honestly, its engine quality is substantially lower than my primary. So I'm not really worried about anything replacing my primary yet. Not for a while. And it is now second bedtime. Let us park this one, since it has nothing in it now that we've emptied it out. Let's park this one opposite Marine Bites. Weight gain still active. Honestly, if it's still active tomorrow morning and we're 84 kilo, I might need to start running around a bit. Not 84 yet, but probably close. So we'll just... I think we can safely start to ignore it. Yeah, we can start to ignore weight gain. As long as we're close, we're good. So all that coffee we picked up, honestly, we can't keep putting it in here. In fact, we are no longer putting it in here. We need to have a coffee bag. Like an entire duffel bag full of nothing but coffee. Yes. One of these police bags will do the trick. Cops drink a lot of coffee, don't they? I know the feds do. 22 bullets of coffee in a duffel bag. Probably don't even have room for that in the ambulance, the expedition ambulance. That's normally where I'd put something like this, but no, we're way too full back here. That's alright, I guess. Marine Bites can take it. Marine Bites is sort of... It's a soft RTB. It's basically a... Take everything in this back to Jericho and sort through it there. And if something needs to come forward, figure it out there. On that note, there's some more stuff that should probably go back here, but it's starting to finally get full. Yeah. Honestly, this half in and half out with the snow is what I dislike the most about snow in this game. Aside from the fact that it screws up the rainfall. If it turns from rain to snow while there's water on the floor, then just everything gets messed up. But honestly, it's this part where there's like slush everywhere and it's like half full. That is actually just supremely distracting. If it's all white, I can ignore it. If there's nothing, then I'm not even thinking about it, but whatever. Skill issue. We're running low on torches out here. Let's get some more torch. We got a van for that. Second in the lineup here. Empty torches and... Yeah, a couple full ones. Why not? 34 empty torches. That is a monument to how much propane we've used here in Louisville. Because remember, I don't think we brought in more than like 1 or 2 torches. Or, I'm sorry, 1 or 2 propane tanks. All the other propane assets we brought in were just in torch form already. So... Fun fact. Alright, we're going to need to do something with this rabbit meat. The problem with... Oh, look at this. We are now at 83 kilo even. That's actually perfect. Rabbit meat has a little bit of calories in it. And so well, I mean a little bit. It's got more than I usually expect to see out of a recipe item. So I'm hesitant to use rabbit meat in my recipes if I am trying to stop gaining weight, right? If I still saw those 2 double up arrows over here, then I would not be using the rabbit meat right now. But I think we're okay for it. Kale is actually kind of the same way. Kale is one of those things that has just a little bit more calories than I normally expect from a not overly calorie-dense recipe item. Almost every other type of recipe item that I regularly use, I don't even think about it. Like eggs and other meats. I don't even think about it in terms of its calorie count because it's negligible. Maybe I could put one unit of kale in each of these. Yeah, why not? That is going to take a minute, though. So each of these salads came out to be 30. So we actually should only need to bring two of them with us today. 30 plus 30 is 60. 60 hunger a day is a good plan. Sometimes you go over that. All right, we're out of here. See, again, I'm saying 60 hunger a day, but it's already 10 a.m. So that's, even if I stay up late, we're probably more than good to go. I accidentally kept my hat with me, but that's okay. We have room on the passenger seat for it. Just got to remember not to forget it later. We've got, what have we got? I mean, I think we need to take a look at our targets now. Yeah, let's take a look at our targets. I give it blue text because the vast majority of the zombies in it should now be gone. Big should. I'm going to give it 3 skulls and crossbones because it had 3 stories. And then cross them out because it should be good to go. I almost considered doing the police department area again for another couple floors, but not right now. That's just a lot of zombies and a lot of waiting for them to come out of buildings and then pipe bombing them. I want to kind of look at something new here, something I have not done before. I've never been into St. Michael's Cathedral. St. Michael the Archangel. Defend us in battle. Hopefully he's got time to spare for a Project Zomboid character. All those humans out there. Probably a busy guy. I always found it interesting that that particular prayer became a regular one in my local church because the what battles are we facing? There's not very many physical conflicts right now. Lots of moral conflicts, not very many physical at the moment. I'm not the kind of person to want to wish a physical conflict into existence. And so I was hesitant to join that line. Hello there. We were supposed to have cleared Havisham. So the presence of these guys is a thing. Let's back up a little bit and give them the cut. Maybe a little poke. Interesting. I know for a fact these other ones are aggroed onto me, so why did I not get prevented from doing a jaw stab on them? What if I try this one? Nah, that's not a good idea. Not if there's multiple coming at me. Don't fuck around. Nah, see, look at that. All she did was push. And that tells me that she could have poked. But too many. Same. That's what I'll do if I know I can't jaw stab. I'll just push. Go for the push. Hate street lights. There we go. And that right there, why stealth is a meme. I had absolutely no way of knowing she would do that. I just had to let it happen, really. What if she chose to do that, what she just did, turned on a dime and lunged at me? What if she chose to do that when I was within 1 tile distance? Stealth is a meme in this game, I tell you. It's just a meme. There's almost, most other games give you some solid telegraphy or to, telegraphing when your stealth is about to be broken. In this game, no, it's just, if you're not high enough stealth skill, then stealth just doesn't happen. What the fuck was that? The partial knockbacks from a little poke like that. I believe this is our target, yes. Let Jesus help you carry your burden. I don't think he's going to do anything for my encumbrance. So it looks like we got two buildings here. The main church and then... it's not a church rectory, is it? That would be one hell of a lavish rectory if it was. Maybe just a community center sort of joint. Yeah, okay, that's the main church building, and this is whatever this is. Cut the engine. Yeah, insta-turn, man. That the insta-turn is I don't know if any amount of stealth, let's say I didn't have clumsy, I didn't have conspicuous. Okay, let's say I was high level, light-footed, high level sneaking. Is any of that going to make them not do that? Because if not, then stealth is a fucking meme. It's literally a fucking meme. These little catastrophic things that just completely destroy stealth's utility. If those don't go away when you actually try to build for stealth, then I don't know what to say. I think most of the community is kind of on the same page on that. I have seen a lot of people just be like, yeah, stealth is completely broken right now in B42. That's one of the reasons I've always built my characters with conspicuous and clumsy, and I've never looked back. You can jaw stab mid-lunge? Oh, well then. So there's like 3 or 4 in this hallway still. We never really got a beat on the other hallways, so taking maximum caution here. Standard procedure. Straight to the left, it looks like. Yeah, there's one more. So he's just interested in that door, it looks like. Other doors are secure. Now this is one of the kind of targets that, because he wouldn't be attacking that door if he didn't think anything was here. So this is the kind of target that I would expect to do that random turn lunge. So my thumb's on the space bar in addition to the attempted backstab. I actually had to get closer than that. Maybe I've got to go by the foot position instead of my torso. Because if my torso is going to block his completely, I mean, that's a bad angle for anything right there. Asymmetric bullshit. Not taking any risks with the bathroom. Machete in hand. Somebody to my right somewhere. My brain meat's telling me probably this room. No? Oh, that room. Okay. Did he move? No, still there. Is he really dense? No, no, no. See how he started to disappear for a second there? Nice. Very nice. Alright, so for community center or rectory, whatever that was, clear. Let's check the cathedral. Why don't I push the door closed? Push the closed door so you know if there's anyone in the room. Push the closed door. Do you mean like push it so that it makes noise? If that's the question, then no, I don't bother. I know a lot of people like to I have several questions. Can I replicate that? Yeah, okay. Watch this. Watch this sudden burst of speed. That's a little, what's going on there? Yeah, difficult to replicate. I've noticed that happen more with streetlights than fences. You bump up against a streetlight, you try to back up, and suddenly you're backing up way faster than you should. I don't know, I'm sensitive to specific movement speed changes like that. Just kind of clearing the inner perimeter here before we go inside. And not even really clearing, just driving around in circles. Yeah, honestly, doors in an actual real-life situation, there are so many creative things you can do. Just the simple fact that we can't, like, do the standard, you know, the cop tactic, the tactical tactic, where you open a door by, like, reaching over, and then, like, you know, the moment the door opens, you're backed up further so that you're not, like, actually in front of the door as it opens. It's just standard law enforcement tactic that's been around since forever. Can't do that. Nope. Got to just be standing right in front of the door as you open it. Okay. Is there really nobody in here? This is not normal for churches in this game. In this game, churches have a tendency to, well, sometimes they're very, very full. Sometimes, I guess Mass wasn't in session. We have a long history with pianos on this channel. This is a dangerous thing if I even try. But it is not currently possible. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. I mean, it's a huge organ. I could never imagine trying to move this without, like, 100% disassembling it. Like, down to pulling the strings off the keys and everything. Only 2 banners in a church this expensive looking. These banners are multi-story objects. So the bottoms are right here. I think there are tops and mid pieces. So I think you can make like a 3-story decoration out of these banners, but there's no way to see the second floor from the first floor. We would have to build some stairs. I'm not even kidding. We have to build some stairs. Maybe disassemble a few pews or something, but I'm not bothered with that right now. Just a fun fact. Yeah, probably would be, yep. In a church this old. Now this is sus. A door that I can't back up from while opening. If I can't back up while opening it, I'm going to do a preemptive swing every time. Oh shit, that was a bad turn right there. See, I had no idea what the layout was up here, so I took a chance by assuming that it would be in this direction, but no. I came up to the top of the stairs, and I was facing with my back to the doorway. So if a zombie had been waiting for us in here, that would have been giving them a free hit from behind. That could have been the end of me. But, I don't seriously doubt that there's even anybody here. I have not heard a single noise. But that's how they get you. You can't trust your ears anymore. I learned that the hard way with Nora, like in her first couple of days, as of 42.13. No, there are some zombies that just never make any noise at all, and that got us that not knowing that earned us a torso laceration in our first 7 days. At least the priests here know how to eat pancakes and coffee. Father, I ask you for forgiveness for stealing your alms here. And my pillow. There we go. So that is it for the second floor. Yeah. Oh, you can actually see what I was talking about now. You see how the banners? These banners would have a logo if it was the top. So these are 3-story banners right here. You've got the bottom banners, that's a separate object. You've got the middle banners, that's a separate object. I don't think there is a third floor that we can access from here. But there is there's like a version of the banner that has like a cross at the top. That's the top version. So we could build 2 stories of stairs out there and claim those banners for ourselves, and emblazon the side of a 3-story base with them. Actually, I will show you guys what that looks like. Stand by. I've got screenshots of Nora's base here. Nora's base was 3 stories, and we did have some banners like that. We're going back in time to before all of that right there, and right around here. Regretfully on Nora, I did not manage to get back to her main base before ending the run. So it actually is a little ways back before I actually took a screenshot of the main base. I'm never not going to laugh about that one. Oh, to be the day that we can pick up these floor lights from the street, from the strip club. Man, we got to go far back to get Nora's main base. I spent a lot of time in the field. Here we are. Oh, I never did have the 3rd-story version. Okay, never mind. So you can see the top and the bottom then. So this is we do have the 3rd story right there that was like started under construction, but this is what the tops of the banners look like. If we wanted to see them here, we would have to build stairs to 2 floors in order to see them. It seems there is a 3rd floor. Am I missing something? I do not. Oh, there you are. There you are. You're correct. You're correct. We can go look at it. The staircase down in the bottom center. Yeah, let's go take a look at that. I got to the 2nd floor there, and I saw that there were no stairs, but this is a big place right over here. Yep. There we go. Look at that. Okay, so there's the tops. Beautiful. Why is there snow up here? I guess they were having some ceiling problems. But yeah, there's the 3-story version right there. That is beautiful. These, you're not going to find very many of these, the 3-story versions. These are the only ones that I can think of off the top of my head. The ones that are on my base here from Nora's base, these are from the Brandenburg Church. 3 of them we brought from inside the church, and the remainder we found in the crypt. Outside of Brandenburg Church, there's a crypt in the graveyard, and the crypt has like banners on several of the walls. Is this the bell tower area? Just lock that, really? Okay. I've got a... Not gonna stop me. I carry these everywhere. Now, I don't like doing this in unknown territory, so my thumb's on the space bar. If there's somebody waiting for us on the other side of the door who's not attacking it, a thumb's on the space bar. We'll push him back. Sometimes I do it even if I don't immediately see something. Wait a minute, is this a way down? That's funny. This is really funny. Look at this. There's no way out of this. No way out of this room. So this is the start of the tower, I guess. Yeah, there's like a little, maybe a bell tower or something up there. Oh, alright, same procedures all the way up. I trust nothing here. At least here it's very obvious where the, what direction you'll want to face when you get to the top of the stairs. Up here, there's no direction but right when we get up there. So I go up to the top of the steps, I'm making sure I'm facing right. Same deal right here. If anybody's not familiar, I'm aiming at the top of the stairs with my gun every single time. Because otherwise, if there was a zombie standing directly at the top of the stairs, not making any noise, the only way I would know is if the crosshair turned red while I was aiming with a gun. That would be the literal only way. Hey, look at that. Hello, Louisville. If I could ring the bell, I would. Absolutely. Never done such a thing in this game. But, nah. In a realistic sort of way, there'd probably be, like, some ropes right here. And they'd probably be attached to, like, something electrical, mechanical. Most churches have, you know, something slightly more modern to ring the bells, even if it's an old bell. It'll be attached to something so that, you know, don't gotta make the choir boy do it no more. It's a lot of work climbing up there every day. These statues, by the way, you can move them if you have a place that you want to put them, and you're capable of carrying something that weighs 40 encumbrance. These angel statues. They look a little bit like the weeping angels from Doctor Who, minus the, they're not weeping. Usher hangouts. Alright, we're out of here. Interesting place. Pretty. Little bit of, Nah, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. He hasn't forsaken you. It's just, purgatory on earth is all it is. If you didn't make the rapture, like the rest of the kids did, then you're here to suffer, for the rest of humanity's sins until you get released, like this guy right here is about to. I view killing these zombies as a, release from suffering. But yeah, we're not doom pilling here. We do not doom pill. These signs are getting removed and put into storage. Just those. If the priest wants to have a crisis of faith, he can do it quietly, not in public. Oh, another guy hiding back here. Now this building right here, fun story with this building. This building, in this exact spot actually, this exact spot is where we were when we accidentally spawned this building in, and we had to do a very quick and dirty improvised pipe bombing. Ended up killing quite a few zombies with it though, so it was great. We had mission success on that. We are quite hungry. Let us have a bite to eat. teach you how to hang guns and bags on the wall. It's not just guns or bags, it's anything, and it's only for B42. So first of all, if you don't have B42, you can't do it. Maybe there's a mod for that, I don't know, but I don't do mods here, so I wouldn't know. I'll show you after I get rid of this guy. There we go. Let's just say that I wanted to turn this pillow into a wall decoration. First I place it, and then I right-click on it, and then there's an extended 3D placement system. And that gives you a 3D gizmo right here. The gizmo, that's what it's called when you see these 3 axes, and you can get the arrows to move it up or down, left or right, forward or backward. And then if you, let's just say I wanted to turn it from a pillow to a wall decoration, got your rotation axis down here, mouse over rotation, it turns into a XYZ rotation gizmo. And in this case, 90270 would be a wall decoration, so I put it up against the wall like that. Look at that. Got a pillow on the wall, and you can do that with anything you want. In fact, the pillow being a white object, we've got a sign right here. You got a sign right here. We can using an object to cover up parts of the sign. We've had fun with that here. I don't really think there's too much funny I can do with service daily 8 a.m. That's already funny in and of itself. You just put that over somebody's bedroom. Service daily 8 a.m. What kind of service? Don't ask. If you know, you know. Now, the limits are based on the tile, right? So this is the farthest left I can go for this tile. So if I want it to be one tile over, I've got to put it on the other tile here. Like that. Satan's in. Ice. Daily. 1 a.m. I'm way too easily amused. I'm way too But yeah, you want to know how to do that with guns and bags, it's exactly the same way. I'm not taking my guns off or my bags off right now, but yeah, same system. Always here for a steel sheet. We can do the same thing with those too. Steel sheets are far more common in a place like this. I used small steel sheets the last time I made a meme out of it. we can actually make a religious joke out of it. Yeah. Vice or virtue. Vice is allowed daily, 8 a.m. Only at 8 a.m. All other vices prohibited. Alright, let's get out of here. We've cleared another nice POI here. Give me a appropriate symbol. What have we got here? Yep, clear and clear. I think all the buildings in this roundabout here are clear. I think. But that's something I would like to verify next. Salad there. Yeah, the Rayburn building here. This is one of the reasons I haven't cleared it. It just, in the back of my brain made, I look at it and I'm like, oh, it's more townhouses. In this case, it's an office building, but even less useful than a standard office building because there's not very much There's not as many desk spaces. There's some, but not as many. Loot the pawn shops nearby. Yes, that is a good call. That is not a bad idea. Even the hungry German woman agrees with you. You hear her saying yes. Yes, yes, yes. For the pawn shops, I'm going to want my sledgehammer. Sledgehammer in my hand. First one is right here. This one I don't know if I've ever been in. I remember the other one in this area I hit on Nora, but I do not think I ever hit this one on Nora. If I did, it doesn't stick out at me. Now, what's special about a pawn shop? Chance for a katana. Perhaps a katana that's not damaged. I've found 2 katanas on this character, which is more than I've ever found on any other character, but they were stuck in zombies. Katanas that are undamaged, you've got like a 1.5% chance for certain storage containers in a pawn shop. So if you want to find them somewhere that's not a survivor house. Floor-to-ceiling curtains that you can turn into, whatchamacallit, these kind of curtains. Can't do that on most of your custom bases. Oh, here we go. First propane tank that I've found in a long time. Watch there not be anything in it. It's about, what is that, 2/5? 3/5 maybe? No, less than half, so probably closer to 2/5. It's something. I'll take it. I'll probably refill the torches that are on the ground with it. If I needed another one of these, you know what? I'd like to have one on standby. I'm gonna take this chest freezer actually. I don't immediately need it, but what if I want another one instead of using a cleverly placed what's it called? The cleverly placed double chest freezer that only has one side of it powered. That is a very ghetto solution I'd rather not resort to. So every time you open a container in a place like this, there's certain types of container loot types that you'll come across here. I think it was shelves that might have the katana. So already you can tell that there... Ooh, look at that. It's a surprisingly large amount of skill books. I don't usually associate pawn shops with skill books, but there's our copy of Fishing 2. If I ever felt like leveling it, Fishing 2 is one of the ones that I'll need to read first. Yeah, an intact ice axe. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Let me actually take that with me. Ice axe, just like the katana, an ice axe. I don't know if I can't think of the last time I saw one that was not stuck in a zombie. Right? This is not something you see very common in an actual container. Stuck in zombies, not actually that uncommon. Nothing special about the butterfly knife. It does not do anything that standard hunting knife couldn't do. I saw a gun container there. I deliberately ignored it. We'll come back for that. It's going to be very heavy. Oh! Oh! Oh, yes! Oh, we found him, Kitio. We found him. Old welding goggles. That is a significant find. Old welding goggles are a very lightweight way to have a welding mask everywhere you go. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, butterfly knife is like, I think maybe its lightweightedness being 0.3, but I mean at 0.3, if we're going that light, just give me a handy knife instead. I would literally only pick it up as a decoration. Now that being said, perhaps I should make it be on my my bucket list to get a backstab with a butterfly knife, just so that I can start putting some TF2 spy lines and actually have it be appropriate. It never really was on your side. Got blood on my suit. Ah, machete. Yes, please. Jerry cans. These are the new type. Jerry cans used to be completely useless because they're super heavy. Like, their dry weight is ridiculous, but they could only carry as much as a regular gas can. Now they can carry 20 liters, which is twice as much as a gas can. That is a recent change. So now we have some jerry cans that are actually worth taking here. So I'm taking both of those. And you'll never threaten me with a good time. I will always take a spare E-tool. What I'm going to do is start just loading up some bags, leave them in the road. We'll pick them up, come pick them up later. So that's, what is that? That's 20 meta event. That's what that is. Meta event to distract you. Some military gear on the shelves here. More than I expected. I look at a pawn shop and I look at clothing shelves and I'm like, yeah, that can't possibly have too much abuse. But I mean, that's like 4 shelves of military right there, so that's not that bad. But there is an army surplus just down the road from us here, so this is not in terms of location, this is not exactly a military medal, really. Neat. Never seen that. Now these, don't be fooled by these wall shelves here. They sometimes have stuff on them, but you can't see it. It doesn't show you. So there's a bunch of shirts and crap on it. That's probably just unfinished. Magazines, give me a good one. Nope, no good ones. Nothing to see here. So pretty big for a pawn shop. I think this one's bigger than the other one. So what I'm doing right now is I'm not looting the gun stuff yet. I'm just leaving the gun stuff as the only containers that still have stuff in them. We will come back for the gun stuff so that we can put it all into its own container. Prescription aviator glasses, that's what I'm wearing right now. Good stuff. Can you even? I know that you can put Actually, I've never seen the water dispenser take anything else other than dispenser bottles. Wow, that is a lot of nonsense. I have said before that I do think that sports gear like this stuff might someday be useful for NPCs to entertain themselves with. Here's another one of the new canteens. Ooh, speaking of canteens, this is a Western canteen right here. These have been buffed as well. So this Western canteen is a wearable way of storing water. The canteens can now store, the wearable canteens, 1.8 liters now. That's new. That is novel to me. They used to be able to do 1 liter and 1 liter only, which I always found to be quite unsurprising, or unimpressive, shall I say. Okay, that is all shelves with but a few exceptions. Get these on the floor too. One of the reasons I dump everything on the floor when I'm looting a place is to remind myself that I've already checked shelves in an area. So I come into an area, I see a bunch of stuff on the floor. Right, so I've cleared that area. Especially since I'm going to have to come back here. I don't think we're going to be done with this place in one go. Can fit some stuff in the trunk here, but I'm only going to bother with like a propane tank. Yeah, after that, we've got very little space. Yeah, if you want to sacrifice a knife or a angle-headed flashlight, but I don't know if you could pay me to take the knife or the angle-headed flashlight off of my chest. They're both so convenient. To be entirely honest, I would probably sacrifice one of my belt slots sooner than I would the Alice slot at that point. I think you can put it on the belt slot. Let me double check that. Yeah, you can put it on your belt slot or your webbing. But I mean, I do like having my belt slots be my one-handed, two-handed weapon options. Speaking thereof, garbage bag, come right up. And now we're doing some guns, not all. L92 and patrol revolver, those are instant grabs. If there's a cartridge of ammunition that I'm actively using, like 357, then I'll just straight up put that in the backpack. 45 ACP, which I'm not using as often, that can go elsewhere. And empty magazines, as long as I confirm they're empty. Trapper carbine with a sight on it that might be impossible. Yeah, I can't remember if they changed anything about that. So out of curiosity, I'll take this trapper carbine. If anybody's not familiar, trapper carbines are currently, there's something weird with them, or at least as of a recent patch. Trapper carbines couldn't have certain scopes put on them, and yet they still spawn with those certain scopes on them. I have no idea if any of that is intentional, so I don't... I do not care about a double barrel shotgun right now, so I'm not going to bother with that. Maybe the JS14. It used to be standard procedure for me to pull the attachments off of guns before before taking them with me. I have kind of moving beyond that. That's just a lot of work. Most of them are going to go into storage. We're close to a carton of shotgun here. All right, 70 encumbrance on the floor here. The reason I'm putting the bags out on the floor outside there, so that I can come by with a different vehicle later that's got plenty of room in the trunk. Just drive straight over it, load it all straight into the trunk. Cry in the tub. What are you talking about? There's no JK there. That's a damn good mod. It should reduce unhappiness because you're letting it all out, right? That's how that should work. With this, we should be up to about 100. Yeah, 95. If I keep it under 130, then I can just come back here with a trailer. But there's going to be, there's plenty over here. Plenty of more gun loot, as it were. Which I'm totally okay with. Yeah, we're definitely up to a carton of shotgun. I think that's all on this side. Then we have one more over here. Yeah, we're probably not going to keep this below the threshold for just the trailer. And that's okay. So up to 121 here. And the trailer can do 130, so yeah, it's fair. Well, maybe we'll get close. If I don't need that. Yeah, we only have 9.1 left here. Okay. Yeah, we're doing it. We just need to come back here with a trailer at this point. Another potentially impossible trapper carbine there. Oh, no, wait, there's the corner up here, isn't there? Is this one? Yeah, this. Okay, never mind, never mind. Not coming back here with a trailer. We're coming back here with a proper hauling vehicle. And that hauling vehicle is going to want to go straight back to Jericho, most likely. We don't have room for most of this at the Ford base. And I wouldn't even want to really try to make room for it. Threaten me with a good time. We're actually making great time here, because I think we are... Well, there's a back room to this place. There is a back room to this place, so we're going to have to check that. We're up to 146 on the floor right here. We've got to keep it below 208. Got to keep it below 208. I don't want to load up more than an entire step in here. Oh, this is just exit. And I do remember this. Pawn shop has a whole ass security room. Nice, nice. Another duffel here. For some reason, it seems like 90% of bandoliers these days actually have shells in them already, even when it doesn't really make sense. Okay, this is one hell of a pawn shop. Fucking riot gear back here. Alright. I am beyond the point of caring about bulletproof vests for the most part. But riot helmets are kind of rare. I'll take it just for the hell of it. Who has a whole ass satellite dish in a box in the back of a pawn shop? Okay. Alright. Yeah. Strange world. Strange world with strange people in it. We'll only be a little bit late for bed tonight. 170 on the floor here, so we can do another full garbage bag, and then that's it. I'm not going to budget space for the passenger seat right now. I wonder if I did take the satellite dish. I don't know if I could, but now I'm curious. Jericho has 3 already. Now it's about to have 4. Lots of flags, but I don't have a lot of real estate for them, so maybe later. Yeah, 181 on the floor right here. We literally do have room for the satellite dish. 201. Perfect. That is literally a perfect fit. So we'll just come back, pick that shit up later. And we are on our way home to sleep. Probably an overnight task to pick it up. I mean, honestly, this pawn shop is really close to the, whatchamacallit, the PD here. So if there's some active duty cops involved in some black market surplus trade, I could, oh, they wouldn't have to go far now, would they? First thing I'm going to do now that we're back is sleep, but then the second thing I'm going to do right after we sleep is we're going to check to see if we can pack a carton of shotgun ammo. It might get cold. It's below freezing indoors right now, so I'm putting the vest on. The vest is kind of like a blanket. Don't ever go outside running around with it, but inside, nice and warm. standing in front of the trunk here, we can absolutely make a carton of shotgun. Because we're using what's in our bags, plus there's a little bit left in the trunk. And that carton of shotgun is going to have to go... It might have to go into the variety van. I don't think it can fit in the... Shotgun van is still too full. It's 13 cartons, that's all we can fit. Another carton is too big to fit another. And this... Shit, okay. Well, I literally don't have a place to put another carton of shotgun right now. Passenger seat of the shotgun carrier, maybe? Yeah, that's what we'll have to do. Passenger seat of the shotgun carrier gets the next carton. I had prided myself on no longer having cartons laying around on seats. But better that than this one back here. So now we're renewing the purpose of the loose ammo van here. This van right here is supposed to have loose boxes that I have not been able to pack into cartons yet because I don't have enough of them. In the ambulance, I actually have my entire collection of 1911 auto magazines. I was considering filling those up someday. 130 plus 45, so 175. I feel like I might even have more than that. There's 10 more that we just found, putting those in. These M1A mags are, might as well be RGB here. I have no need for an M1A. M1A is basically just a platform to shoot 7.62 from something that's weaker than a rifle, bolt action rifle, and I would never do that. I would never. It feels like a waste of 7.62. Why would you shoot 7.62 in this game, a 20 bullet to the box platform, if you're not going to be lobbing it as far as you can with a 8x scope? I just don't understand the appeal. I'm sure some people are like, yeah, I'll do it. It's a certain situation, right? Save it. You got plenty of other things you can lob at short distances. These old welding goggles, can now replace the welder mask in my field kit here. It's been a long time coming. And now I feel weird because it was a even fit in my satchel here. Honestly, these welding goggles are so lightweight that I feel like I need to put them in my... Yeah, let's just put them in my Alice kit so I can carry them everywhere. Let's do it. I can, I'll take the notes out, and we'll favorite these. Glorious. Nana Madhouse, how's it going? We're currently in a unloading of the loot phase here. The stream title is talking about the stadium. We recently finished with that. So we turned our attention towards the pawn shop area. So welders' masks are basically a novelty now. I don't need them anymore. It's kind of wild to think about that. They're hard. They're normally very inconvenient to move around, but now that we've got a set of welding goggles that we can, so small that we can carry them around everywhere, I never have to think about that again. The propane tank we picked up. Shall refill some torch here. Probably like 2 or 3 left. Two and a half. Perfect. This is a expended propane tank now. An X tank. Oh, this canteen is important. This is not just the canteen in the correct color. This is a canteen in the... sorry, not just the correct size, but the correct color too. So I can put the canteen on my belt here. And I can even tactically equip it. Why would I want to tactically equip my canteen? Now this situation. This is where I wish we could put it on our backpack slot. You know, slot 9, the one where you can't even... There's not even a way to create a key binding for slot 9, because there's literally no point. Slot 9 is the most useless slot in the game. Not that I have any particular dislike of sleeping bags. But, well, they're not very efficient after a certain point. Now, the niche use case that I could think of for a canteen going on my webbing would be as if I don't care about any knife work whatsoever, which is rare, especially right now since I'm considering leveling short blade. But if I don't care about knife work at all, and I can get away with just crafting from a paring knife in my Alice kit, for example, then I would do the on my 4th slot I would do the canteen, and on my 5th slot I would do the flashlight as always. I literally can't live without the flashlight on my chest. I've tried, it doesn't work. Once I find one, there's no going back. Most of the rest of that is RGB, and then we're ready for our second sleep here. Yeah, I really wish there was just a couple of things you could do to actually get a good quality sleep out of a tent. If there was just maybe, okay, I understand you've got to find a high quality sleeping bag and then you get an average quality of sleep from it. But then you also, if you could get a good tent, and then I don't know, a couple of other steps, whatever it has to be, I don't really care what. Maybe a tent with a tarp for the bottom. I mean, I'm saying this as a Boy Scout who would always have a tarp under his tent everywhere, even if there was no threat of rain. Tarp under the tent to prevent groundwater from seeping in. All that, you know, there you could get to a point where you could have a pretty good night's sleep in a tent like that. But I digest. We're out of room in the trunk of this vehicle, so we're putting that extra 357 carton we got here into the passenger seat. Okay, and with that, all of my bags are cleaned out, the truck is cleaned out, and all we have to do is drive back over there with a vehicle and pick up all the loot, and then we're good to go. We will need to make breakfast tomorrow. Well, not just breakfast, we'll need to make another round of food. We are now in weight loss, which is fine. That just means I'm not thinking about weight again until I drop down to 74 kilo or 76 kilos, something like that. Don't want it to go below 75 and a half. Very cold. 3.5 degrees Fahrenheit. That's some of the coldest temperatures I've seen in this game. I've never quite seen it go into the negatives. If I have, it's not jumping out at me. I might have actually seen it go in the negatives. But we're actually a little bit late for bed now. Yeah, I'll put the vest on. That's what it's there for. With our insulation levels right now, as you can see with insulation, our entire body is now bright red. Which means that we're as bundled up as we can possibly be. That doesn't mean that we'll never get cold. I have actually tried to sleep outside in extremely cold weather. Even with this much insulation, it's still not good enough. So if you're sleeping outside in the dead of winter, you probably do want to just keep a campfire going all night. I can confirm from real-life experience that there is a threshold with which enough insulation, it doesn't matter how good it is, it's just not going to be good enough to get a good night's sleep. You'll want to have some sort of heat. Propane lantern is what we would do in the Scouts. Depending on the troop. The first troop I was in was very cavalier with that. Jeez Louise, my Scoutmaster in the first troop I was in was, he would help keep a campfire lit by sprinkling some fuel on it. Literal fuel. Don't do that. That's not a good idea. It's a very bad idea, actually. Very much not within the Scout code. Needless to say, I wasn't in that troop very long. Not even by my own decision. My parents were like, "No, we're trying this other troop." Alright, vest and hat go back into the warm stuff bag here. I have to step away briefly, IRL. Won't be gone too long. Then we'll have to make some breakfast. While I'm stepping away here, let's get this kale. Let's get 2 or 3 units of kale out of the freezer. We've got a little bit of rabbit meat left to spice things up, but otherwise we're mostly back to eggs and kale. Oh, wait a minute. We don't need to cook. I forgot about these other 2 salads. We're good. Let me just take 2 kale out in addition to these salads, because we might get hungry later. Okay. So, yeah. Resting and be right back, folks. One moment. Yeah, the big military tents, honestly, that would be a... you could get a decent night's sleep in one of those. When we were at summer camp, we had those ones with the... It was almost like a pallet, like just a wooden pallet on the ground to get you up off the ground so that a lot of the cold effects from the ground wouldn't mess with you. Alrighty, I have returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Somebody in the chat asked about how much more Louisville do I have left to clear. The map shall tell us that. Let's hit M here. So, red means partially clear. Blue means fully clear. And unmarked is TBA. Unmarked just means if if it's unmarked, it means I've either partially cleared it, or I have not touched it, or I've not gone room by room in it, right? So these orange buildings right here, for example, they're unmarked because I've killed everything around it, but have not gone room by room. And that's going to be true for a lot of these. Green arrows mean that I can drive back and forth even with a light bar running and I won't attract any zombies. Red means I'm not going to be going that loudly, but I can probably drive back and forth with very minimal resistance. So we can go all the way up here to the river at this point. So the densest part of Louisville has been partially tamed. However, the Grand Ohio Mall is the next densest place after the corporate center here. So lots of Louisville is left. What I'm focusing on more than anything is places I haven't hit before. So that's what we did today, for example, is the stadium. We hit the stadium because I'd never been there. Didn't end up being a significantly multi-story building. It's really just once you wipe out the ground floor, that's most of the real estate there. Yeah, okay. So after I stood up there, I actually did realize I had something else I had to do today, so I might not be able to go much longer than another day here. So we'll get today done, and then I will probably have to go tomorrow morning. But yeah, we'll double check on that later. See what today brings. Got cold pretty fast there. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's go fill up the gas tank at some point. Well, not immediately, but soon, TM. Who else needs it? And where's my nearest gas? Gas stations are not easily accessible from this dead center of Louisville here. Probably the nearest gas station, this G right here. But if we're going to go in that direction, then we might as well go all the way back to Louisville. Back to Jericho, main base for the area. There is a part of me that's terrified to go in the direction of the Grand Ohio Mall. It's I would not mind doing the mall itself again, but if I was to set up base in that gas station there, that base, the gas station there that's next to the Grand Ohio Mall, which is a great place for a base. It's where I would go if I was going to set up a base on that side of the map. I would do it again, but the problem is that particular site has, every time I set up a base there, that's always been the last base I set up. It happened on Annie, and it happened on Nora. And then both of their saves ended up getting broken while I was staying in that area. So I'm starting to get some Macbeth superstition vibes there. As in, don't invoke that gas station base, lest you want the save to get broken by an update. And I'm going to be real with you guys, we've had more updates on Dani here than I expected to survive. We started her on 42.16, and now it's 42.19. I actually kind of expected it to break on 42.19. I was happy to see it didn't. Fun next stream is the that is a laser tag joint. Multiple in there. That door will probably break fast. There's only one hitting it, but there's multiple next to him. Yeah, we'll just sword these guys then. What? I'm one more. Okay. More in Zach's hardware than I thought. Hardware store's got it all. Try to lunge me through a window. How about now? Lunge me through these windows. I don't know what it is about these particular windows. Zombies seem to think they can go right through them. We're going to do lots of sword work here. Why don't we pull the movable object out of the trunk here? Place my movable object right here. I'll grind my sword against the movable object here. Much faster than pulling out that sharpening stone. I will say this again, I really want to be able to just mount the sharpening stone to the back of my truck. That I would literally do that with my car in real life. I'm not even kidding. I've got an industrial grinder right over there, a bench grinder rather, bench grinder on my kitchen counter over there. What I would do in real life if I had to kill a bunch of people with a sword and just drive around while I'm doing it is I've got one of those power converters that I can plug into a cigarette outlet and swap it over to a wall plug and get my bench grinder mounted to the edge of my trunk. Like I would drill it in place and just pop open my trunk every time I needed to sharpen one of my blades. I actually own a machete, but it's really, really cheap shit. I would not expect it to last long in any situation. It's one of those like multi-tool machetes that's got it's got the regular machete blade on one side, but the flat edge of the blade is actually like a sawtooth sort of joint. So in a pinch, you can use it to saw things in addition to cut things. A big fan of dual type blades, dual purpose. My preferred version of the K-bar is the one with the serration on the lower part of the blade. Boy. Fuck off. Wing Eater wishing is that far away. Mossy oak. Mossy oak, I am not familiar. Yeah, no, we're good on sharpened. Like this entire row of buildings, every single one of the windows is a window that a zombie thinks it can go right through to get to me. Unusual. You don't see that very often on the first floor levels. On the second floor levels, you see that a lot, actually. Especially here in Louisville. Curious. Nope. They both turned around at the same time. Oh, bullshit. And it's a bright day, and I'm outdoors, and I'm wearing boots. I ain't sneaking up on nobody like that. You know, every time I think of Brazil, I think of extremely hot climates. Is there anywhere like mountainous that you can go climbing there that doesn't have as hot of an area? That's the kind of camping I want to do in a place like that. Around here, we got the Appalachians. It's a couple of decent spots. Swamp weather during the summer, but we can at least get some distance from it up there. Skyline Drive is nice. It's like they remember how to flip through the window when they get close. British Columbia, nice, very nice. No, I have 10 maintenance, yes. It was a little harder to get 10 maintenance on this character because we did not start with any skill bonuses to it. Just our character is linked in the description. It's Danny's character sheet. But we started with +1 to maintenance on my previous characters, and it was a lot easier. It took us several months longer to get to level 10 maintenance. People robbing in trails, God bless. That is unfortunate. I mean, honestly, here in the United States, you can usually get away from the urban modernity problems if you go on a hiking trail. But the fact that you could get robbed on a trail, oh man, that's sad. That's truly sad. Now I'm curious. Can I be a spy? I never really was on your side. I know there's more in the kitchen here. Yeah, I'm not challenging this. Not in a place like this. Fuck everything about this. Let's do one of these maneuvers.
Hey.
Logging roads. Interesting. Whenever I think logging road, I think heavy machinery going back and forth. But if they're far enough away, I guess. He pistol whipped him, bro. Bro. Boy, don't you flank me, bitch. Flank me. Probably the truck, to be honest. Yeah, see, that one shout brought all these people out. That's a good old-fashioned Louisville building right there. None of this half-empty nonsense here. Not in fish and chips, no sir. The closest I ever got to being threatened physically was by some guy with anger issues who was trying to play football with us. It was like a pickup sort of thing. We were just kind of throwing the football back and forth with some of my friends, and this guy just kind of walked up, and you could tell he had anger issues. But he was like, "Nah, man, I bet I can outrun all y'all with this, and this." And then, you know, of course, he starts getting really aggressive after he gets the ball, and next thing you know, he's like in a slap fight with one of my buddies. That was literally the closest I ever got to being in a fight. I'm way too conflict avoidant. As soon as my heckles go up, I'm out of there. I ain't got time for that shit. Did he even want anything from you? Because I've seen some, you know, I've driven not driven, but I've been in. My brother and I stopped by Los Angeles for Comic-Con once, and the homeless memes about Los Angeles are 100% correct. We didn't see too much of the like the worst of what it has to offer, but man, we saw some dumb shit. But not too many people are going to come and challenge a 6'4" weirdo with a beard and a 6'5" dude with a rather well-built physique. I wish I could have my brother's physique. That guy actually takes care of himself. I'm working on it. Very slowly. I have started my workout resume a little bit there. Workout regime, rather. Working on the arms. But he does the full spectrum. He does cardio, too. Brave man. I can't do cardio. Even if I was, like, in a full swing workout sort of thing. I don't know if I could ever do sustained cardio. Ew. I'm glad you got out of that shit. Hopefully it didn't leave anything permanent. I have been stolen from, but I really can't count that as anything other than me being naive. For a couple of years when I was a kid, I was homeschooled. And I will credit that as, I mean, a lot of my vocabulary that you guys hear me use all the time, three-quarters of that I learned while being homeschooled by my mom. Vast majority of that. Never learned any of that shit in school, because public school is garbage. But that also led to me being extremely naive when I finally went back into public school. And I did some really stupid shit, like leaving my wallet on my desk while we went to another room, and Pikachu faced when I came back and it was gone. Yeah, no, I can barely call that being stolen from. That's just silliness. None of these guys want to wake up, huh? Well, maybe. All right, we got Fred there. Let's check around back. Ooh, y'all hear that? That's a lot of unwanted activity on the left side of that fence there. All we got to do is make a little bit of noise and they'll all start slapping the fence, so I'm not into that right now. We're keeping a distance from that fence. Hello there. Alright then, if we're gonna do that. Corner fuck me. Huh. Oh, look at that. Alright. And you see that right there. That kind of a system is that's actually worse than Baldi right there. Now I can totally understand. Now, homeschooling is one of those things where, you know, there's people who do it and they actually try to do it right, and then there's the people who just are like absolute fucking weirdos who hate the government so much that they would never want their kid to ever be anywhere near a school. I'm not that way. I mean, I would teach my kids. I would homeschool my kids probably at least through high school. High school, I would absolutely make sure that they go to public school, because at that point you need to go to public school not to learn knowledge, but to learn wisdom. I will never not thank my parents for putting me back into public school for just long enough, because there's some things you'll never learn being homeschooled, like how to deal with absolute fucking dumbasses. If you get homeschooled your entire life, and I say this as somebody who has met somebody who was homeschooled their entire life, they missed out on a few things. Yeah, don't do that. But a good mix. I'm personally very confident that I could do early education better than most public school teachers right now. But that's just me being overconfident, perhaps. It's Really only going to be 2 in there. I doubt it. There's going to be more than 2 in there. And they're going to come right at me from around a friggin' corner. I'll push you across the whole store if I have to. Okay. We just got sick. Wow, my sword is taking durability hits faster than I thought. I actually thought I was being diligent about the sharpening. Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. Like I said, that there need to be like when I was homeschooled, we had the we still had to pass tests, and if we could not pass certain tests, then you know, whatever homeschool regimen we were following would be declared not good, and that would result in probably CPS would have started bothering my parents or some shit. But no, that shit never happened. I think, actually, to be honest, I think more than anything, my mom got a little bit tired of it. I was a very exhausting person to work with. Probably still am to a degree. All y'all can just Alt F4 if you don't want to deal with me anymore. You got blood on my suit. It's all good. Depends on the crime, right? Now, if my own kids would end up getting into white collar crime, I'd just be like, all right, well, which company were you stealing from? I wouldn't be like, oh, how dare you? No, I'd just be like, all right, who's your target? Give me your justification, and we'll go from there. Oh, did I just see respirator filters? I did. Give me those. Duct tape too. So this is a hardware store, of course. Yeah. Backpack sprayer, maybe. I'm willing to bet there's still quite a few of them around the corner there, just right out back. It doesn't look like it, but this is a pretty dense zone. Because we've just been taking everything very piecemeal here. Only a few select items that I'm really interested in. More filters. Steel sheet, all. Materials, wear items. Hey, there's a feeding bottle. Maybe we can actually save that baby rabbit. Tobacco seeds. Tobacco seeds. Somebody ask me about tobacco, I dare you. Nah, we're good. No, yeah, that's, you know, the Indie Stone doesn't count as a corporation in that mind. By that mindset, I'm talking like, you know, okay, how much did you rip off Amazon for example? And did you get away with it? If not, where did you fuck up? No, I'm not being 100% serious because crime is a losing battle. It's you'll never get away with anything forever, and people have a tendency to settle into routines, especially when it comes to their profession. That's why almost all criminals eventually get caught. It's not just that, you know, it's not just that they're not good at what they do, it's that they start making mistakes. And speaking of mistakes, like I said, there's plenty of them right out there. And all we had to do is shank one person, and now several of them coming inside you. Fuck this place right here. Hey. I actually forgot that happened. I unironically forgot that happened. That, I shouldn't laugh, because it could happen to anybody. Laptops are not a high value, but a moderate value item. If you let one get stolen, it will get stolen. I am feeling a little bit more bold right now. We'll have a bite to eat, and then we'll just we'll summon the locals. We'll see who else is hiding back here. As long as I fight them right here, I should be far enough away from the wooden fence behind that building to deal with the noise. Yes, I'm going to link a video if anybody's interested. Maybe stick it on your watch later list. I'm going to link a video that is a very, very good video that goes over the history of the Indy Stone. Just like a 30-minute watch, pretty well edited. Did I put it in my likes? I think it was in my posts. Yes, it was one of the first posts that I did on my community posts here. Where's the link? There it is. Copy. Okay. If anybody in chat is not familiar with what we're talking about, this will link you to it. Well, actually, that's a link to the post. That's the link to the post. The video is actually in there. So yeah, I'll click on the video in the post. But yeah, that's very, very good history video. Goes over the laptop incident that we're talking about, among several other really silly things that they had to go through. Did you know that getting zomboided was actually a turn of phrase that was rather common at one point to refer to somebody who did not fulfill their Kickstarter obligations? I laughed really hard when I heard that was the case, because like, oh, this is a punk. He's wearing the magazine limb armor and whatnot. His name is Merlin. Wizard bastard. He must have just been trying to steal something, because there was nothing else here. Flonky's truck I completely forgot about. Preserved. Quality 62. Maybe. I have no strong feelings about a third Plonky's truck in the fleet, when one of them is perfect and the other two are not that good. Yeah, they did. Yeah. And apparently they did it for free. Or not for free. Sorry, they did it for taxpayer dollars. Yes, they did it for taxpayer dollars. Okay, let us summon the locals. So after all that fighting and being a little bit quiet about it, I am now going to be not quiet and just see who shows up here. I don't take calls from 800 numbers, thank you very much. Not much of a surprise there. A lot of them are coming from that parking lot behind these buildings. See how a lot of them didn't even make it all the way to us? That's the attention span effect right there. Well, maybe if I wanted to do more 9mm, I should actually have a couple more 9mm. Gonna need a bigger boat. Normally I wouldn't suggest standing your ground like this in Louisville, but I know that there's going to be a limited amount coming from that direction, if only because of the fence. We could call it an offensive situation. Sword is a little damaged, but I think we can mop this up with him. Nice, very nice. So my last mag of M9 is reloaded and situated. We need to reload the... No, Auspo's reloaded. Those last two I took out were good. Expended 4 full magazines, not so bad. Let us have some lettuce. This is just a coincidence, but these days I've been timing my streams with my tea. Like, unironically, I just finished off the last of my tea, and I think this might be the last evening. I think. You know what? I'm gonna have to check one thing on my schedule. There's one thing I can check, and then I'll make a decision call on that. Otherwise, we've made pretty good progress today. We've got... There is a second pawn shop that we're going to work our way towards, and it's in the general this way direction. In fact, if we come up here and take a left... Translation for all that yap is, I have not made a judgment call yet on the meta as to whether we're ending the stream after today or not. I've been trying to be very careful about burning myself out on Zomboid, because I've been getting frustrated with it a few times recently, and I don't want that to happen too much, right? Like, today I've had a pretty good day. Yesterday, I got pretty frustrated with the game near the end of the stream, and I don't want that to happen too often, because, you know, then I'm just going to burn out. I can already feel it. I will get burned out if I get like that too much, so... The adage of quit while you're having fun feels more important than ever now. Silly. Downright silly. Amateur. This was a disappointment. Oh, that was funny. I did the animation for a jaw stab, but the stupid pushback caused him to, yeah, okay. Yeah. Taking a break from PZ since Friday. Yeah, that's probably healthy. It really is. I mean, I play this game a lot mostly because, you know, I've talked about this many times. I play it for the ability to have a good time without ever being threatened to spend no money. That guy is locked onto me. Let's get him. That was a bit of a thought-canceling moment. See, what I'm trying to do, and I don't even know if I can make this happen, if I can't nail him with a, you know, jaw stab from the front, what if I just use the second stun to get around him, and then jaw stab him from behind? Yeah, this is the kind of alleyway you would want to avoid if there wasn't a zombie apocalypse. Now that there is, it's even more dangerous. I mean, hell, I don't even have a solid escape through the building there. I can't trust this little room right here. I cannot trust this little room. There could be zombies in and around either of those sides. I'm not doing that. All these alleyways. Dumpsters block your line of sight, by the way. If there was a zombie on this tile right here, I wouldn't see it. That's, dumpsters are silly. Very silly. Now, I have seen my character do a jaw stab animation without actually doing the jaw stab. I've actually seen her do it for an animal once. So there's definitely some kind of silliness with jaw stab. Let me see if I can do the thing. I'm gonna try it. I'll try it. You can do it, okay. So if you've only got one coming at you, and you really want that jaw stab, the first 2 stabs to hold it in place to get around it, and then the third from behind. I don't know why she did that, like, 1 second delay, knockback thing in the middle there. I don't understand that. I don't even understand that outside of knife combat. Let's try it again. It's okay, so that time it didn't work. We had our hand up for a second on that second poke, and we were directly behind her. So I don't know what happened there. Maybe it's not guaranteed from behind. Because I moved to the back. I ain't going in there. Fuck that joint. I ain't going, no sir. I'll sneaky sneak up here, but I ain't going in the building. I'm going to have to disappoint Ray Epps this time, and this time only. There we go. Han, baguette. I need some better French jokes if I'm going to be backstabbing people. Oh dear. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to go anywhere. Okay, this is the situation I wanted to avoid. I'm out of this fucking alleyway already. Fuck this place. Okay, yeah. Don't go down alleyways in Louisville. Just don't do it. I'm back to the open roads. I don't even care that it's unexplored territory. I need room to move. I don't care about... you could have 50 zombies coming at me. I don't care about none of that shit. I need room to move. Give me room. Maneuver room. I need space. Yeah, we're good. This is the pawn shop, by the way. This was kind of the direction we were moving in. Hilariously, there's nothing here. They left the door open, too. Losers. It's not a very good security plan. Let us sheddy these guys coming at us. We'll sheddy these guys, and then we'll do a little bit more conniving. That guy had a mask on him. Give me them filters. Filter's almost empty. You can tell this is the lower income district. They can't afford to replace their filters. Alright, let's do some knife. I got this. I can do a jaw stab. And stab this guy right in his jaw. Okay, maybe not. I don't even think the guaranteed backstab works if somebody else is nearby. Locked onto you. Yeah, see, look at that. That was all the conditions were passed, but she just pushed instead of jaw stab. And that's probably because somebody on the second floor of this building. You can hear him breaking the window. Okay. Can juggle 2 Zeds really easily with knives. Yeah, I mean, the attack speed with knives is really one of their strongest suits. Because it doesn't matter what kind of weapon it is, you get a 1 second cooldown, or a 1 second stun every time you hit somebody with it. Goes for players, too. Not that I would ever do PvP in this game, and I would never recommend anybody ever do it, but if you're going to do it, knives will really abuse that 1 second stun per hit. You can't do it sometimes. I don't even know who was looking at me that time. It just didn't work. Yeah, I can't guarantee it. Alas. I'm gonna laugh so hard if it's because there's an animal looking at me right now. Technically, that means it's aggroed onto me. And therefore, I cannot do a backstab because the raccoon up there is looking at me, maybe. It's just standing there menacingly. Oh, maybe it's because my blade is getting dead. What are we looking at here? Yeah, it's down to half. But yeah, short blade is so hard to level that we are not even halfway after all of that. And I say all of that as in like several streams in a row of pokey poke. Yeah. It's got to be the people on the second floor up here of this building. You can hear them slapping things. And it's more of those stupid windows that they think they can go through. As in, like, just walk right through. So right now, on this, if anybody doesn't know what I'm talking about, this building that's right in front of us here, on the second floor of it, you can hear them slapping a fucking window. Somebody is aggroed onto us. And because of that, we can't backstab right now. Does it really? Huh? It also breaks your knives a lot faster. I'm actually going for the jaw stab for a little bit of efficiency. It's also probably not the worst way to grind a nimble experience. Sometimes, even without knives, I would use nimble to, or I'd grind nimble by getting behind zombies while slapping them with short punch or something. That helps you get some experience grind in the early game if you're stuck in fighting. Takes a bunch of hits to kill anyway. Amateurs! Victory for France! I do not know my father. Oh, that was a terrible joke. Let's just get out of here. We're close to bedtime. Shouldn't have left my truck running. You know what? The memes are worth it. Nah, I almost got her. One to the top. Wait a minute, she was wearing a respirator. That was a punk zombie. I was gonna say, why was somebody with a leather jacket wearing a respirator mask? What does she got? She got name tags. She got a t-shirt. She got a broken garden tool handle. Nice. Nice. That was totally worth it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Napoleon in the streets, Quisling in the sheets. Yeah, baby. That's how I roll. Fuck up out of here. That was a historical joke. A little bit historical. Everybody knows Napoleon, but does anybody know Quisling? I actually learned about him because zombie media. So one of the things that I happened to pick up when we were out there, this is a boiler suit with underscore blue red. But it looks like it's just blue. When I saw blue red, I was like, oh, does that mean it's multicolor? It doesn't look multicolor. It looks just plain. Oh well. I'm always on the lookout for boiler suits in interesting colors. The correct boiler suit to have is, of course, the yellow one. That's what's her face? That is. I actually forgot the name already. Wow, Jackie J's. That is Jackie J's. How dare I forget about Jackie J, the hero of Project Zomboid. So we got 2 perfect filters and then 3 thoroughly mid filters. The one that's currently in the mask is dead. It's dead. Perfect timing. So let's remove those. And let's add one of these. And it won't last long, but that's fine. We want to use them up completely before we recharge them. April O'Neil. What do you think of my appearance? I think April O'Neil's going to try to sue somebody. Empty filters go into the filter recharge bag. Not empty filters can go into the truck. Might not have enough room for them. Hang on. I usually put full filters that I find in the field. I put them out here in the truck. We can fit one more. I have the rest of my full filter collection in the Expedition ambulance. Here we go. These 2 that are like almost empty, I'll just hold on to them. It's fine. Let's get a new flashlight battery staged up. Sword is done. We're going to wash it, and it is now going to become a decoration. The knife is doing all right. We just got to give it a quick sharpen here. Steel sheet onto floor. This empty feeding bottle that we picked up is RTB. There is a baby rabbit back at our Jericho base that is going to need to be bottle fed if it's still alive. I don't know if it is. If it is, we'll be able to save it now. If it's not still alive, then RIP, baby rabbit. It's not my fault that this game does not give you the ability to use anything other than a very specific feeding bottle. That is the only way to feed an animal in this game. There's no other way right now. What you're saying is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Spider-Man both take place in the same universe. I'd be down for that, honestly. They both take place in New York, don't they? Or is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, is that one of those not actually New York but actually New Yorks, like Gotham is? I don't remember. Allocate a little bit of this duct tape over to the filter recharger. What am I up to? 5 hours? Okay, give me about 30 seconds, and I'll decide whether we're going another day or not here. over there. A few minutes to 4 p.m. How long is that going to take? It's Monday. It's not Tuesday. I had marked something on one of my notepads here. Not that. Not that either. Huh. I have to cover the overnight shift at some point in the not too distant future. I think it's at the end of the month. Yes. Yes, it is. Our overnight guy wants the night before 4th of July off. So the night before 4th of July, I'm covering for him. I don't think I need to note that. I can remember that. That's just a Tuesday night. Yeah, I wouldn't be streaming anyway. Oh, no. 4th. So 3rd to 4th. So I can't. Friday and Saturday are going to be difficult to stream. And I don't remember if he wanted Sunday to Monday off or not. So the weekend of the 4th, I might not be able to stream much, regrettably. But that's a future concern. I was thinking more about short term there. I don't think he needs any coverage in the meantime. He was going to, but then he didn't. Yes, I remember that now. If anybody's not familiar, my day job, I talk about it every once in a while, but I'm the guy that they turn to when the guys who do the other shifts that nobody else will do aren't able to do them, right? So I'm the fallback guy. Not the fall guy, the fallback guy. BTSS, how you doing? Regrettably, you might have joined us right here at the end of the stream. Give me like 30 more seconds and I'll figure that out here. I could do that tomorrow. It's not healthy. I could do that tomorrow. I'm a habitual procrastinator, so there is a voice somewhere in the back of my head saying, "Stop putting it off. Stop putting it off. Stop putting it off." Fighting a little war with yourself every once in a while. If it sounds weird that I'm just sitting here constantly talking to myself about something that doesn't matter to anybody, no. I would do this even if the cameras weren't on. I'm just that kind of a weird asshole. I talk to myself all the time. Probably not healthy for my sanity, but I think this machete's done. We're gonna wash this and put it up on decoration. We have a replacement machete ready. I'm not going to spend an entire day just looting. That doesn't feel right. At least not today. I like to space out the big looting operations. That's how it go, isn't it? Nah, that's how it go. I would say that my self yap has probably increased about I don't know, maybe like about tripled, maybe. I talk to, talking to myself out loud while I'm on stream I do it about 3 times more often than I do if I'm not streaming. I still talk to myself all the goddamn time when I'm not streaming. That's one of the reasons it just came so naturally to me. Swords on the wall right here. A lot of these. We have expended many swords on our journey. This is the most I've ever placed in a single decoration. Replacements incoming. This machete is kind of less than perfect, but it's still in great condition. And then replacement sword in the truck. The machete lasted a very long time because it was a pre-made one. Pre-made machetes have a lot longer shelf life than the ones you can forge. You talk to your cats, yeah. And it did not help that when I was in high school, my computer science teacher, great man. He's freaking was making 7 figures in the private sector, but he wanted to just give back a little bit and became a teacher. Taught me Java, ironically. coincidentally, as it were. He taught me some Java. We made a mock banking app in his class. But one of the things he told me is this is for programming, but this is also just for other things. Before you ask for advice, describe your problem to the teddy bear, and he had a teddy bear on the table. Talk to the teddy bear first, and then ask me. And the simple act of like articulating the problem out loud when talking to the fucking stuffed animal, that actually helped people figure out the problem before they needed to actually ask for help. It was kind of a smart thing, It seems obvious in hindsight, but no. Self-yap has therapeutic value too. There's several tasks I could do for the overnight, but a lot of it would go a little bit late for the overnight hour. Here's an easy one. We're just going to take this step van right here and just go collect the loot from the, what's it called? From the, Whoa! We're not injured. But what the fuck? Yeah, okay. Yeah. No, that's, yeah. So what that was the street light right there. That's what that was. This street light right here caused that. We accelerated. The street light slowed us down. But the moment we got out of the street light's grasp, we accelerated way too much. Faster than should ever have been humanly possible. Yeah, no, be careful with that. Don't trust Poles. And I don't mean, no, I don't mean Poland. I mean, don't trust light poles. Kurwa, my friends. Oh, shit. Really? Okay. I'm glad I caught it. My generator just went out, because I'm an idiot. I'm pretty sure Jericho is probably way ahead of us right now, if that's the case. But that's not good. That's really stupid. I shouldn't have gone that long without checking it. God bless these yellow generators. They'll run out of gas long before they break. If you don't have a yellow generator, don't ever let that happen. Anything short of a yellow generator will risk kaboom. Yeah. The silly pole acceleration problem. So if you really want to replicate that, I don't recommend it, but the way to replicate it is basically just when you brush up against a pole with a vehicle, any sort of light pole, when you brush up against it sideways, it will slow down your acceleration briefly, but then you'll get all of that acceleration back and then some afterwards. So it can really take you off guard. There's something really weird about it. I don't know what's causing it. I want to say it's maybe like some sort of a buffer overflow or something that should have been negative ended up being positive. But yeah, we went from a really good windshield and a really good hood and really good all the other stuff down to very, very heavily damaged. I'm just going to touch the hood up with these two steel sheets, small steel sheets rather. And we'll fuck with the windshield later. We don't have a replacement right now. Happened since B41, really. This I did not know. I'm just glad we didn't take any injuries. That was one of those situations where if we had been carrying around a lot of heavy stuff, and therefore we had lower health, yeah, that could have killed us, unironically. Not even slightly kidding. I'm not going to let that stop me from going to pick up the loot. It's just right down the road here. But I am going to steal a windshield if I see one. And we'll risk being a little bit late for bed. Oh, this is a third pawn shop. Oh, okay. I don't know why my brain meat took me right exactly in this spot. Okay, yeah. That wasn't exactly where we were going, but here we are. This is where we were last night. I think the pawn shop that we're looking for is on this side. Really? That's really funny. Actually, it's not very funny. That's actually really sad. Nobody should have ever died over that, what just happened to us now. Nobody should ever die because of that, because that's such bullshit. Alright, here's a new window. And a new windshield. And we'll even steal some new headlights while we're here. This thing ain't using them. Our headlights got taken down from wherever they were to like 50%. One of them 33%. Friggin' weak. In the case of headlights, every hood collision you take, your headlights get much weaker. Stronger window goes on the left, because that's where I sit. Oh, one of the doors is actually damaged, too. In that case, we've got a perfectly not damaged door right here, so we'll steal the door, too. Somehow, miraculously, we didn't take any trunk damage from all that. And I'm totally okay with that, because trunk damage would be the thing that would be the most annoying to fix on this, because we just fixed the trunk. Like, that was the first thing we did when we got this, because that's really what it's mostly valuable for, is the trunk. Alright, so all the parts that were damaged from that have been taken care of. And look at that, here it is, right here. This is the pawn shop that we hit. I didn't even realize we were this close. So all the loot we picked up earlier and left on the floor, that's all we gotta do. Didn't even take that long because the trash bags are instant transfer. Now we still need to get our second sleep before we call it for today. What I'm going to do is we'll head back all the way to Jericho, and I'll end the stream at Jericho because I want to drop off the stuff that's in this van. Everything we put in it, it's all minus the ammo. The ammo we'll do something with, but most of it is going back to Jericho. Well, okay, the loose ammo needs to go in the SWAT van. Okay, so never mind, sorry. We'll just take this van back to the Ford base, and we'll call it there. It was way closer than I remember. That, something about that pawn shop over there is playing games on my memory. I don't really trust Marine Bites where it's at right now. Maybe later on I'll tow Marine Bites out of that spot. I don't know if that will help, but maybe it will. I'll just park this somewhere where I'll remember I need to work with it. Yeah, if I park it in front of the ambulances, that will remind me that it's there for a reason. Okay, second sleep, and then we're out of here for today, folks. Appreciate everybody sticking around for the boring stuff in the end here. So yeah, generally speaking, my is it really towing was worse? Okay then. Yeah, no, I guess reverse it because you can only build up some momentum if you're going in reverse. But yeah, if anybody's not familiar, my streaming schedule generally is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Sometimes on Wednesdays. This week I'm a bit not sure. I'm not sure whether I'll be able to stream Wednesday, but if I don't see you Wednesday, I'll definitely see you guys on Friday. So we will see about that, and otherwise, we've done good things here today. I always recommend people take screenshots of their bases as they progress, because you never know. Maybe there'll be an update, and the base will be gone forever. Always good to make sure that you're ahead of that, and we'll have our girl bid farewell here. Now it has been a couple of runs since I've backed up the save, so I'm going to go ahead and back up the save here. So in order to back up the save, go ahead and quit out of the game. Open up your C drive here. Go to your users folder, to your username, and then down to Zomboid and the Z's. Saves, Apocalypse in our case. Here's the most recently modified folder. Control C, just copy that whole folder and put it wherever you want. In our case, what we're doing is we're going to our backups folder here, one with the same name, and this is part 54 of Dani's journey through B42. And Control V, paste that entire folder. We are up to 1.33 gigabytes across 502,500 files. All right, folks, I am out of here. Have a great week. I will catch you guys possibly Wednesday, for sure on Friday. Peace out and have a good one.